Well, wait till you check this out. For 290 carats of natural ruby, $11.95. I mean, you just do, don't you?
You just have to have those. You know, even if you don't know what you're going to do with them now, have them, put them in a stash, keep them, because they are really versatile, and I think they will look stunning as part of multi-layered necklaces. Be fantastically good.
Stunning. I think the versatility. Do you know what? We've got to end the show. I'm gutted. We've only got seconds. So, Jill, thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome.
I've loved working with you. So when are you back with us?
4th of August.
4th of August.
In the morning show.
On the morning show.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm here. I know on the 3rd of August I've got to make a quick getaway after the show because I'm at a Star Wars party for my husband's 3-year-old godson. I'm really excited about it. Right, so $11.95 on those. Thank you so much for joining me. I'll be back with you on Wednesday afternoon. I've got the chance to do some designer inspiration shows, so I'm really quite excited. It'll be my last show with the Scottmeister. Thank you so much. Don't go anywhere. Continue to add to your order with the fabulous Sara Elvin. And oh, you've got Ed, but oh no, it's lovely. Thanks so much. I'll see you soon. Bye for now. Bye.
Life gives, we will take and make yellow flowers. Says, take your burden down to my soil. Now we'll make yellow flowers for you.
Here at Jewellery Maker, we have many stages of quality control, from lab tests all the way through to our own in-house gemologists. We're confident with our quality, but we want to give you that peace of mind by offering you a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Welcome to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. More importantly, we are joined by the lovely Sara Elvin. You all right, Sara?
I'm very well, thank you.
It's going to be a tough night for you.
I know.
I've spoke to producer Dion.
I know.
She told me she'll make you earn your crust tonight.
I know, she's really making me work, and especially on such a hot day.
I know. She's working us both hard.
I know.
Okay, so let's see what is coming up this evening. There you go. During the first hour, it'll be pearls, labradorite and cat's eye, as well as a bit of tiara time. At 6 p.m, we've got 180 carats of neon apatite. That's a show highlight. And at 7 p.m, even more pearls, but this time combined with the reamer. Everybody needs a pearl reamer, don't they? So that's coming up at 7 p.m. And yes, one challenge per hour for Sara. You up for that?
No pressure.
She's already underway.
I know, well, if I don't, I'll be behind.
She was trying to steal a march, but she's actually already behind. Is that what you're saying?
I probably am, but we'll get there. As jewellery makers always do.
There you go. That's the way to do it. And my producer just told me, what do you mean? She said, in 15 minutes, we're doing some super deals. We're going to be doing super deals from 5 p.m. right up until 9 p.m. However, every 15 minutes, there's going to be a special deal, a major deal. So, it's basically, we're not going to get a chance to even think this evening. That pretty much suits me fine, because it hurts when I think. No, I'm joking. Right, okay, where are we going to start then? The tiara deal. So this is your hourly challenge, I see.
Yeah.
So you get the rose gold coloured tiaras, as well as the fuchsia coloured wire, and lots of icy tones here from the aquamarine and the moonstone. Oh, I can see a little bit of agilorescence coming through from the rainbow moonstone already. Haven't even moved it. And we've got the studio lights, so it's very high quality. So all of that coming up at the end of the hour when we have a look what Sara's created using the gemstones and the tiaras. That's pretty exciting, especially as any time I put the tiaras on screen, they tend to be a sellout deal. They're popular. We had them last time, in fact, didn't we? Together,
did,
yes. So there you go. Just goes to show how popular. And of course, we have got premier strands as well, one of which is this gorgeous strand of emerald. Now, pretty interesting strand here because it's a unique cut in that you've got the flat face on each side. You've also got the cylindrical option and a beautiful variation of colour. But normally when we see these kind of cuts, we're looking at more of the forest greens. These have got quite a lot of sort of Colombian emerald pastel shades, something that I haven't really experienced before in this cut of emerald is that more pastel tone. So very exciting launch, and it's coming up in about an hour's time, so not long to wait at all. Now if you do want to get involved with us here on the late show, maybe you've got a question for Sara or myself, although I'm probably not as useful as Sara to jewellery makers, but if you, well, it depends on the question, quite right. Maybe you've got a gemological question I could help with. So if you do want to text into the show, the number is 60777, and you have to start your text with the phrase JM Studio. We are going to have a little text topic for you to get involved in. And the text topic is, what is the special fact about yourself that no one else knows? It's quite interesting because now you're going to share it on national TV and everyone will know. Sara looks intimidated by this question. Have you got one, Sara? That nobody else knows about you?
Nobody knows, but I did live in the States for a year.
You lived in America for a year. Yes. That's quite good. That's quite cool.
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
Near Philadelphia.
Oh.
Yeah, about an hour away.
So you could say that West Philadelphia, you were born and raised.
Not quite.
Did you spend most of your days on the playground shooting basketball?
No.
You're not Will Smith.
No.
Right, okay,
not.
we're going to move on. I'll try and think of a fact about myself to share at 6 p.m. No one else knows. I'm quite a loud person, you know. I don't keep much quiet. I am.
No, you're not.
I know you all think of me as a shrinking violet. But actually, I'm quite an outgoing kind of guy. Let's give everybody the opportunity to add to their 1 P&P per day by bringing you, is it this? Oh, do you know what? They're all over here. That's what it is. My apologies. Here we go. It's because you get so many head pins as part of this deal that it wouldn't fit in the box down here in the little drawer. Oh, look at this. You've got 100 pieces in total, 10 different styles, so 10 of each style. And I'll show you that each of our head pins has a unique finish. So there you go. That's a little 4-petaled flower. What else have we got? Let's have a look. Ooh, look at this. That's the, well, it's still floral, I suppose, but a little bit different. More like a sort of bead cap. That'd be quite useful. Ah, these are all getting muddled up now. That goes there. What else have we got? Heart shapes. Ooh, those are going to be very, very useful. Now, this is all gold-plated copper. So you've got the base metal and you've got the high-end finish. You've got a diamond shape there. Oh, and then you've got a larger diamond. Got the triangular ones. Actually, it's quite true, Tom, you make a great point, you know, because if you are getting hold of the little diamond-shaped head pins, last week we had the little spades, didn't we, and the wooden ones, and we were showing people how to make cufflinks. In fact, well, I say we, the royal we. I just took the cufflinks to wear when I go to play poker, Tom, like you've just said. So what you could do is you could attach the little wooden spades to the toggle clasp using your diamond-shaped head pin, and then you've got your diamonds and your spades in there. And we've had heart-shaped ones as well. So the only thing we're missing is a club. But we've had those like sort of 3 clover shapes. Those would probably work there. So you could create some pretty high-end cufflinks for poker lovers in your life. Biggest game in the world. Most participated game in the world. Even more than football. It's overtaken football. Oh, look what we've got. It's a... That's a club.
It is. Yeah.
There you go. That's a little happy accident, that is, because I didn't realise we had that. Perfect. And then we've got the little mushroom capped head pin as well. 10 different styles, 100 head pins in total. Actually, do you know what? Sometimes with the sort of plated base metals, the actual metallic tone's a little bit muted, isn't it? But here, you've got that gorgeous shine from the metal tone, haven't you?
Yeah, it
Must be a thicker
I think
sort
it's
of coating.
also because you've got some domed surfaces on the ends. That
Right, I
helps
see.
to
So
really
that's just
promote
helping
that
the
sort of-
actual
yeah.
light play on the surface of the head pin. Okay, oh, actually, you're not wrong. About half the stock's already been allocated on this. We haven't even brought the price on screen. Don't forget, whenever we put the graphics on screen, the product then becomes active, so you can start adding that to your order as soon as the graphics hit the screen. Don't have to wait for the price point. And of course, online, everybody can already see the price point, so they're already clicking to add it to their basket. My advice, put yourself at the front of the queue, start dialing the free phone number. The second you see something you like the look of, especially an essential finding like your head pin in these unique finish with the clubs, the diamonds. You've got 2 different kinds of diamonds there. You've also got 2 different floral finishes, and you've got those little domed effect ones as well. Looks like this is going to be a sellout deal. Let's get that price on screen and get everybody's order up and running. Wow, no wonder we had so many people adding this to their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. Another little bit of advice for anybody who is shopping online. Yes, it is the most efficient way to buy from us, but make sure you check out your basket to avoid disappointment. Of course, if you do place it in your basket, it's just a signal of intent, really. It doesn't guarantee you the item. So if I was to have a phone buyer that phoned up now and say they wanted to maximise on their 1 P&P per day as well as the amazing value on these head pins, then they could potentially add 6 or 7 to their order and somebody could miss out. So we do get lots and lots of multi-buyers. My advice, check out throughout the show to avoid disappointment. Of course, here at Jewellery Maker, we are part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. So when we're sourcing our products from different suppliers across the world, we have very long-standing relationships with our suppliers, and it allows us to get the most competitive prices on the market, and we share those savings with you. Now, the reason that we have these long-standing relationships is that our sister channel, just through the wall there in the next studio, is Gems TV. They've been selling made-up jewellery designs for, well, is it about a decade now? So nearly 10 years. And so the owner of the company has been dealing directly with the mine owners and suppliers for a long, long time, and that's why we offer you such amazing value for genuine gemstones, not just here on Jewellery Maker, but also on our sister channel, Gems TV. So if that's something that interests you, here's a little short message from our sister channel.
Did you know you can purchase incredible jewellery featuring genuine gemstones on our sister channel, Gems? Come along and see what treasures you can find.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. So as I say, if you are interested in buying a gift for somebody rather than creating one yourself, then why not head over to Gems TV? Best value on the market for jewellery designs. Now, one thing I have to say is if you've just been excited by the opportunity of getting hold of essential findings like head pins, how about a bit of chain? Now, this isn't any old chain. This has gemstones set into your precious metal here. Okay, so I picked up the wrong one. I'm getting in trouble. Have a look at this. So, gorgeous chain here, because not only is it gold-plated sterling silver, so high end on top of high end, but it is awash with gorgeous faceted smoky quartz. Very, very popular gemstone here at Jewellery Maker. I suppose it's just because it's so versatile and eclectic, goes with lots of different gemstones. Brown's the new black, of course, so it will go with any other gemstone. I personally love smoky quartz set into yellow gold tones. Just think it adds a little extra bit of opulence to the gemstone itself. Now this is what I think is it a ½ meter length, but you can see there are clusters of smoky quartz across the actual chain. So you've got that sort of cascading style, if you like, that little cluster. You get more luster from a cluster, of course. They're like ready-made charms, aren't they, Sarah?
Yeah, it's almost ready-made jewellery if you want it to be. I mean, if you were in a hurry to go out in an evening, you could just add a clasp and you'd be away and ready to go.
Good thinking.
But also, you know, if you just wanted to add sections of that to a piece of jewellery, maybe an asymmetric neckline piece, or if you want to use a little section for a pair of earrings, go for that real long drop style earring, you've got it all there, and that's all that work has been done for you, beautifully, neatly finished. The attention
all the
to
little
detail.
hand wrap loops, I suppose.
I'm so amazed. Get these home, have a really good look at them. Look at them under a magnifier if you want to. The attention to detail on the finish is second to none.
Agreed.
And you know, to do that yourself will take hours and hours and hours and hours. And so you've got a ready-made piece of jewellery if you want. You can incorporate it into your tiaras, wire wrap it on. You can do all sorts of different things with it.
It's very versatile.
It's incredibly versatile, and just I love these ready-made chains.
Yeah, they're amazing, aren't they? And as Sarah's pointing out there, it can be a key consideration for jewellery makers, particularly if you are selling your designs, the amount of time that you have to put into creating your pieces. And of course, anything that you can sort of save time on can potentially increase your profit margins. Tom's telling me that it took, how long, sorry? Right, okay, so they give Mark Smith, one of our experts, a little challenge. And it took him 30 seconds to create an individual wrap loop.
Well,
so to
pretty
create
quick.
all of these, that's pretty quick.
That's pretty quick.
There you
yeah.
go. So Sarah's even saying that's actually quite quick, as opposed for less accomplished jewellery makers. Of course, these are our expert designers that we're challenging. But of course, if you are at home and you're just coming, you know, coming to terms with the techniques, if you like, then that potentially could take you a minute. So that's like 3 or 4 hours work to create this. At least, and of course you're going to be interrupted as well, aren't you?
Well, that's it. I mean, you're never going to get 3 or 4 hours of peace and quiet to sit and make a piece of jewellery like that.
It's going to end up being 2 or 3 days probably by the time you've created this.
That's it. And you can't do anything else while you're doing it, because you have to pay attention to what you're doing, because otherwise you make a wrapped loop without adding the next link on, and then you have to take it back off again. And
there's potential for disaster as well if you're doing it for yourself, whereas all the work has been done for you here. Beautifully faceted rondelles as well, so very high quality smoky quartz. And I've already got a few takers at jewellerymaker.com. I have to tell you, you've only got single figures of availability, so if you do want to get involved with this, make sure you check out your basket to avoid disappointment. In fact, all of the buyers so far are from north of the border, and of course this is the National Gemstone of Scotland. Yay. We never mention that here on Jewellery Maker, do we? We've just lowered the price down to $19.95. It was $26.95, and all of a sudden it looks like this is going to be a sellout item. Not only does it save you time, but of course it adds value into the piece that you've created, because you're offering people not only gold-plated sterling silver, but if you do use it maybe as an extender chain, then you're actually adding carat weight into your design as well, aren't you? And those are the kind of items that will allow you to justify the price points you want to achieve. I have literally got a handful of these left in stock. Whoa, somebody just bought 3 of this chain, and I think that's going to clear us out of our stock. And we did say we'd have a special deal every 15 minutes. We've been up and running for 15 minutes, so we're going to kick straight in with a special deal. This is one close to my heart. Is this rose gold plated jump rings. Here we go. Now, for new buyers, or for anybody who hasn't watched me before, the reason that I'm so intrigued by jump rings is that I've started doing a bit of chainmail. Actually, I say I started, I've been doing it for like over 6 months.
That's it, you're an expert.
I've been presenting for a year.
You've got to be an expert by now, Ed.
Yeah, I'm a chainmail expert, you're right. Watch out, Debbie Welford. Right, okay. These are 7mm in size. What do you mean slow down, Tom? You must be joking. I'm going after that desk next. That's right. I can actually hear Debbie Welford shaking in her boots. Not really. 7mm in size. You get 50 as part of this particular item. Actually, towards the end of last year, I did make a bracelet. I put it on air, and I'd used 44 jump rings. So if you bought this, you could create a chainmail bracelet design. That's
it. I mean, you know, it depends on the design you're using as to how many jump rings you're going to use. Some of the more intricate weaves use a few more, but
haven't tackled any of those yet.
But you know, the impact, even if you just put a small piece of chainmail, maybe at the front of a neckline piece. I did some triangular 2-in-1 chainmail on Fridays, mid-show.
Sounds good, yeah.
And the impact of that small amount of chainmail in a piece of jewellery is amazing.
It changes the look, doesn't it?
It does, and it just makes it look so intricate, so crafted.
Yes.
That you've had to do something that's a little bit more in depth.
Yeah.
And people are just drawn to it. They love it.
Absolutely. I totally agree. The other benefit of using a technique like chainmail is that you always get a professional finish. So if you are quite new to jewellery making and sometimes you're concerned about the finish you're going to be able to create working with your finings or wire or what have you, because the jump rings are already sort of a finished product, it does tend to look very professional. That's what I like about it. We only have a limited number, and once again, we've already got takers before we've even brought the price on screen. Of course, this is our quarter past deal. We're going to have a deal every 15 minutes. $14.95 would normally be the price, but of course we are talking about gold plated sterling silver here, so precious metal on top of precious metals here. £8.50, down from $14.95. Of course, even if you're not involved in chainmail, jump rings still an essential finding for most jewellery makers. If you are intending to add a clasp to your design, then you want a beautiful jump ring. And rose gold, for me, one of my favourite metal tones because it offers you so many different options as a designer. You've got that warmth, depending on what gemstones you match it up with, or alternatively, you could play on that slight pink hue that you get from the metal tone. And then they will add your a little bit of femininity to your designs, I suppose. I mean, I actually like mixing the metal tones together, so rose gold and yellow gold, and I know that can be very popular. Actually, rose gold as well, popular for vintage design, so it is really literally ticking every box, isn't it, rose gold?
It is, and it's a metal that most people can wear, whether you actually like normal gold or you normally wear with silver. Rose gold is one of those ones that sort of sits in the middle, and most people will find that you quite happily wear it. And I think it's because it's quite mellow, but it's got a very warm tone to it as well. So I think it just suits everybody.
So it works with different skin tones, different hair colours, and lots of different outfits as well.
That's it. Yeah. You know, this one works with your cool and your warm tone, so it's great.
There you go, ticking every box. That's what we're looking for as jewellery makers. Different options to create different looks, I suppose. You never know what your client's going to request when you're gaining personal commissions, and so if you've got findings that are very eclectic, that will lend themselves to different looks, then they're a worthwhile investment as a jewellery maker. And of course, we've just taken the price point down. Now, anytime you see a price reduction here on The Late Show, it's only going to be available for 60 minutes at a time. So my advice, as I say, get involved as quickly as possible. You're only ever going to pay 1 P&P per day, and you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee to make your final decision. This is just, as I say, a bit of a signal of intent. And if you are selling your designs, of course, always important to take advantage of those price reductions. So down to £8.50 from $14.95, but only for the next 60 minutes. I'll leave it on with you. We've got a lot to get through this evening, especially if we're going to do a special deal every 15 minutes. So I'll just quickly scoop these jump rings up, and we're now going to bring you the opportunity to earn some scales, some scale mail. Here they are. So this is a bit of a double deal, is it? They're doubled up. I'll tell you what, here you go, more of the vintage tones here, because actually, to be honest, those are like a rose gold tone, aren't they? I mean, they're classified as brass, but I normally think of brass as a little bit of a deeper tone, to be honest.
They are a very sort of coppery brass.
Yes.
They have got a yellow goldy feel to them, but they have got that warmth of the sort of copper tones coming through. So it's not. It's sort of
again,
halfway.
I suppose they're just versatile.
Incredibly versatile. I mean, this is the sort of medium that you can use in so many different ways. From the two pieces that you've got on the display behind you, where they've been hammered and they've been set in different ways. You can stamp them with your metal stamps. You can change the colours of them with alcohol inks, which I showed on Friday. There's so many different things you can do. You can set them with your polymer clay. Oh,
you can see there that there's a little bit of
stamping, different designs that you can do with the chainmail. There is so much you can do with it.
I suppose the textured ones, the hammered ones, that makes them almost look like foliage or feathers, maybe.
It gives it a very vintage feel as well, very sort of almost an antique feel. Like it's a piece of jewellery that's been around for an awful long time and maybe it's been handed down, and it's sort of a bit weather worn, if you like.
Never thought about that. Yeah. So it's almost like, you know, when you dye a piece of paper with tea at home to make it look archaic. It's almost like that, isn't it? By texturing it, it looks more of a vintage piece. It does,
and it just gives it so much more interest when you texture them, because they hit the light in lots of different ways as well. And don't just think about using them with the point out, so they're V-shape out. You turn them over and use them with the concave side facing outwards as well, and you get completely different looks. So there's two sort of sides to them. There's one where it sort of points outwards and one where it points inwards.
You see that?
And just depending on how you
slight curvature on one side and then almost a domed effect on the other.
So and you can hammer them flat, completely flat if you want to. You can stamp on them while they are concave like that. They take the letters beautifully.
They take the texture better,
and they take your letter stamps beautifully as well.
That's a great idea. So that way, if you do have maybe some scale mails on your store when you're selling your designs at craft fair, you can actually personalise the jewellery for your customers.
Even if you just want to add it on the bottom of an extender chain, do that personalised piece, put somebody's name on there, or mum, or love,
date of birth, or an anniversary perhaps.
And you can do so many different things with them. You can give people a get well message of a sort of charm bracelet, put love, hope, faith, all those sorts of things on.
Different sentimental phrases that people rely on.
And they're very subtle, so you know, people don't necessarily see it straight away, but the person wearing the piece of jewellery knows it's very personalised.
Absolutely. So great inspiration there from Sara, and you may have seen her executing some of those techniques on Friday's morning.
Friday. It was the mid-show on Friday.
Oh, it's the mid-show.
Yeah.
So I lose all track of time when I'm not at work. That's what it is. Well, we've doubled these up. Now, any time that we create a discount bundle, the idea is that our producers take a selection of items from our website and create a wholesale deal for you at home, and this is quite simply a double deal. So we've taken 2 packs of 50, we've doubled them up to give you 100 scales. Wow, we've taken it down to $9.95. We're going to have double deals throughout the show this evening, allowing you to not only make the most of your 1 P&P per day, but also if you are selling your jewellery designs, to really take advantage of the wholesale opportunities we're bringing you. Lots of people adding this to their order, well, long before the price was brought on screen, but $9.95 represents incredible value for your brass, or maybe rose gold or copper tone, depending on how you want to use them, of your scales. Now, they're 35 by 22 millimeters in size, so they are going to have quite a significant look within your designs, and the designs that we've seen on screen also offer us great inspiration in the way these will enhance the look of your jewellery. We are going to leave that one with you because it is now time to bring you a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Now, this is a very special offer. Although we are going to have a special deal every 15 minutes or so on the show, our star buys are going to come every 30 minutes as always. And this is a quite a special bundle because it features some of our most popular gemstones. This has been put together by our production team, and again, the idea is that we can create a wholesale opportunity by bundling together 3 available gemstone strands. Now, as I say, here at Jewellery Maker, we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, and we pride ourselves on offering you the best value on the market for gemstones day in, day out. But when we bring you a star buy bundle, that's when you know you're maximising on your profitability, because look at this, Labradorite. It's been voted as your favourite gemstone for the last 2 years because of that optical effect that you get from the gemstone, known as labradorescence. Hopefully I'll be able to show you. These are faceted rondelles, so there's plenty of labradorescence coming through here. Electric blues and lime greens, golden tones as well as violet hues. Never easy to identify this in our studio. And I'm sure regular viewers probably get bored of me saying that, but it is a fact. Gemstones tend to favour having one direct light source hitting them so that you can make the most of the refractive index or the optical phenomenon they possess. Unfortunately, because we're in a TV studio, we have to have multiple light sources bouncing around. In fact, I think we counted the other day, and on the presenter desk alone, I think there was 18 different lights coming from different angles, something like that. So that gives you an idea of why it's so difficult. But I think we did get to see the labradorescence there. Particularly, these are more of the elegant rondelles, given that they're a smaller cut, faceted rondelles there. But if you do want a bit of impact, how about these metallic shell pearls? Silver tone there, and they are 12 mil in size. Massive benefit to jewellery makers on the whole, because anytime you've got a plain round, much easier to work with, very easy to incorporate into your designs, and of course you've still got the effect you'd expect to see from a pearl, because these have been created from reconstituted shells. So you've got the nacre, which does give you a little shimmer like you'd expect to see from natural pearls, but of course here you've got the perfect round. 12 mil in size. And then I love this colour tone. This sort of brings it all together for me. Gorgeous cat's eye, because you've got those organic tones. You've got the pastel greens as well as the forest greens. You've got earthy tones there, almost copper-like tones coming through from the cat's eye. And another optical effect from your cat's eye, that chatoyancy. Absolutely unbelievable. Now your cat's eye drops are top drilled. They range in size from 5x4 to 14x5. So again, lots of variation there, offering you different opportunities for all of the jewellery makers out there. This particular bundle has been named Shimmering Lake. You can absolutely see why. This actually, I have to be honest, of all the bundles I looked at this morning when I was going through the schedule, this is the one that stuck in my mind, I have to say. And yes, it's because we had 3 of our most popular gemstones, but also the price point. Totally ridiculous. I want to take the risk of just saying it, but I feel like if I'm wrong, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to take the risk. I'm going to test my memory. If I'm wrong, you'll have to match it anyway. This particular bundle this evening is under £10, is that correct? It is. Oh, well, I'll be honest, I was a bit worried then. Yes, I've done my prep, I remember. £9.95 for 3 gemstones here, 2 of which are coming from our Gems of Distinction range. You've got the impact of those metallic shell pearls, but actually these 2 strands, the cat's eye and the labradorite, have been sourced by our Indian buying office, which are based in Jaipur, the premier location for gemstone trading, allowing us to get the most competitive prices on the market. You might think that if you're going to the sort of premier location that you're going to be paying over the odds. Not the case at all. When you sort of go into these kind of areas where this is what happens all day long, every day people trade in gemstones, it means that everybody's savvy. Everybody knows the kind of price points that people should be paying for gemstones. Also, when you're dealing with suppliers on a daily basis, like our buying teams are, you build up a relationship, bit of rapport with the suppliers, of course, with the mine owners, and that allows you to take on better deals because you're there every day and you're building up that relationship. We, of course, pass those savings on to our customers here at Jewellery Maker, because we want to make jewellery making as accessible as possible, and we want all of the crafters out there to take advantage of working with genuine gemstones by getting hold of our clearance deals. Shimmering Lake, a 3-strand pack here for £9.95. Now, I'm actually fortunate enough to be working on Jewellery Maker for quite some time, over 3 years in fact. Started on the channel as, well, when I started I was the management team. Now there's a whole room of people doing all of those jobs, and so I suppose it gives me a unique insight into the way the channel has developed. And I have to say, when we first launched 3-strand packs, because when I came over to the channel we only sold gemstones as individual strands. We did. Yeah. But we introduced 3-strand packs. Any 3 strands of gemstones for £10 used to fly out the door, didn't they?
They
the
did.
phone lines used to melt, Sarah.
They did. We used to have to wall the call centre and it used to break down.
So true.
It's absolutely amazing value. And just those shell pearls, what impact have they got? They are
massive,
just
aren't they?
amazing impact. Just 2 or 3 of those in a piece of jewellery are going to create that light, that lustre, that impact you're looking for.
And you've got the same look that you get from a pearl, but of course, to get a perfect round 12mm pearl would cost you, well, 3 figures probably, even for just one.
And to team that with labradorite and have those silver on silver tones, I just think is a match made in heaven. I'll be using some sterling silver or silver plated wire with it and making some beautiful designs. And that is just an amazing price.
Absolutely, there you go. Straight from my expert designer's mouth there. £9.95 for 3 strands. That works out at £3.32 for genuine gemstones. I've got to leave that one with you. I've got to move on because it's a double star buy. She's very generous tonight, isn't she? Trilliant cuts. Here we go then. Another double deal here. So the same gemstone strand but doubled up to provide you with even better value than we normally do, and a unique cut here. We don't see trilliants that often here on Jewellery Maker. Really, it's all about the myriad of colours that you're getting as part of this strand. It's like a rainbow. In fact, you've probably got more colours on this strand than you have on a rainbow. You don't tend to get blacks, and you don't tend to get 3 different greens and 2 different oranges and daffodil yellows. And look at the banding here, look at that. It's almost like a little cloud formation in the sky, isn't it, that one? Love it. So again, lots and lots of scope for all the jewellery makers out there, not just from this gorgeous and traditional trilliant shape, which are 9mm in diameter, but also from the huge variety of colours that you've got across the strand. London blue, topaz tones, rich daffodil or buttercup yellows. You've even got the amber tones coming through there as well. You can see just at the front of the screen. Honey ambers as well as cognac tones, as well as ruby red, sky blues for my producer. Dion likes a blue gemstone, doesn't she?
She does. She absolutely does.
You can see that Sarah and I knew that Dion was producing. We've put on our blue. Okay, let's have a look at our double deal then for our Agate Trilliants, just £8.95. Wow, that's £4.50 per strand. Unbelievable. I've got lots of familiar names coming through multi-buying, so it makes me think that people have already got their orders up and running. Maybe Lucy this afternoon has inspired you. Maybe you were tuned into Jenny this morning and you got your order up and running. Don't forget, you're only ever going to pay 1 P&P per day here at Jewellery Maker, so anytime you get the chance to get a genuine gemstone strand for £4.50, you need to be dialing that free phone number. Of course, you only get the gemstones at £4.50 as part of this bundle. So this bundle will only be available until the end of the show, or actually, sorry, for the next 60 minutes. My apologies. Don't know why I've said that.
It's because you've done some morning shows recently.
Got confused, that's what it is. No, it's not even doing the morning shows, just from watching this morning's show, that's all it is. Sorry. Right, now coming up, oh really, wow, time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it? Have a look at this. We're going to launch a premiere strand of emerald in just 20 minutes time, so not long to wait at all. Again, never thought we'd have the opportunity to bring you one of the big 4 when I first started on the channel, although I have managed to pull the tassel off as usual. It's my usual trick. That's what it is, I'm so manly that I can pull a tassel off my strand. Yes, so we're going to launch the emerald in less than 20 minutes, not long to wait at all. Unbelievable, and we will have an exclusive launch price on that strand this evening. We're going to move on though. Oh really? Okay, we have got fewer than 20 of this item available. We're expecting to see this sell out because it's a wholesale deal. Whoops, I've just spilt them everywhere. You do get well over 900 gold flash copper spacer beads, or I suppose you could use them as accents to a gemstone. You could actually use them in micro macrame pieces or other braiding techniques as well, couldn't you? You can use them in your kumihimo if you're using the Eslon threads. You can use them. Got Eslon bundle coming up shortly. I know. So, but yeah, they work beautifully with the Eslon. They work beautifully with lots of different threading materials. I use them on my gizmo coils as well. If you actually make a gizmo coil, then thread those all onto, say, a 0.4mm wire, and take it over the top of the gizmo coil, and you end up with a beaded gizmo coil. I haven't heard of that before. That would almost look like sort of designer metalwork, wouldn't it? And you can just pop them into your designs wherever you want. You can just have a little central section just done like that. Or you can match it up with some of your seed beads in the same technique, use those and seed beads together and create that technique. Then you get the gemstone and the metallic tone. That's a great idea. As I said, I haven't heard that before, so that's a good idea, Sarah. Great inspiration. Half the stock's already been allocated. I'm not surprised. It's another wholesale deal. Gold flash copper for £7.95, and again, it's a wholesale deal. You get a huge number there. 980 pieces in total. And they are flying out the door. In fact, if everybody was to check out their baskets, it would now be a sellout deal. So we'll leave that one with you at just £7.95. We're going to move on. Okay, and we're now going to go for some more rose gold tones, but again, it's rose gold plated sterling silver. Don't forget, anytime you get an opportunity to invest in the gold-plated tones at the moment, I would snap them up. Across the industry, we're expecting to see a huge increase on the price of gold. We're not finding new deposits of this precious metal. We haven't found a new deposit of gold for over 2 years now. Estimated that if we took all of the available gold in the world, we'd only fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool. And some people, such as Warren Buffett, thought to be the richest man in the world, suggest that that is an optimistic expectation and that there's only probably a third of an Olympic swimming pool available of gold in the whole world, that is. And of course, even if we do start to excavate new areas to find these gold deposits, it's going to be very, very expensive. And even if we do find them, we're expecting to see the price rise on gold. Of course, it fluctuates from day to day, but what I mean is the sort of base price for precious metals like gold are expected to increase. So that's just based on, you know, experts within the field, and you know, these are publications that are available to anybody to see online. If you do want to get an insight into the kind of items that will end up affecting the prices you have to charge as a jewellery maker. But we bought these items when the price of gold was much, much lower. And so we can pass those savings on to you, as we always try to. 25 pieces in total. I'll tell you what these are perfect for. You know, we were talking about metal stamping and maybe individualising jewellery. What I'm thinking about is price tags.
Yeah.
You could just punch a little £20 price point on there.
You might find that you only get one letter on those. I think they're just about the right size for one. But I mean, if you've got the smaller stamps, you might get, you know, you may get 2 letters on there.
You could put your initials, because you put one on one side, one on the other.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that works well. So you know, but just for even just little tiny embellishments, you know, you might just want to put your, you know, if you're making a charm bracelet, maybe somebody's grandchildren's initials. You know, one for each of the grandchildren.
It's a lovely thought.
And it's personal to that person. Nobody else will know what those letters mean. It's completely and utterly personal, and you can make that there and then for somebody when they come to your store.
There you go. Great inspiration from Sarah, because it allows you to personalise your jewellery design, which may lead to greater sales, I suppose.
Well, that's it.
The price is on screen. It's a little bit naughty. £5.95 for rose gold plated sterling silver. We're not too worried, because it was the boss that put the schedule together this evening. Oh, okay. Well, the phone's already going. There you go. Price point a little bit too low there for gold-plated sterling silver, but of course, that's a massive benefit to you, because it gives you the best value on the market as ever. And amazingly, we've only just finished our star buys, and now we're into our Q2 deal. So we're doing a special deal every 15 minutes tonight, and we're going on to another of our gemstone chains. This time you get a metre length in total. It is sterling silver, and it's set with citrines. Now for me, citrine's so perfect, because it's actually November's birthstone, but I associate it with the summer months. So it's sort of ticking both boxes here. It's that beautiful sort of sunshine yellow tone, but actually on this chain, you've almost got a sort of champagne hue to the gemstone itself, which of course is going to add a lot of elegance to your design. You've got gemstones set into your extender chain, and they're not small. They're 3x2mm faceted rondelles. So of course, as ever, you're adding value to your designs by including gemstone carat weight into the into the extender chain. Scott, you don't like champagne?
No, I'm not a big fan.
Why?
No.
Too fizzy?
No, it hurts my teeth, actually.
It hurts your teeth?
Yeah, I know, which doesn't sound great.
That's all right, I'll have Scott's glass.
Yeah, no, I'll fight you for that. I love champagne. Absolutely love it.
Oh, me too. In fact, I blame champagne for the amnesia I'm experiencing about my sister's wedding. Yes. I've spoke to a few people, but they can't remember much either. 1 metre of sterling silver chain here with faceted citrine set into it. I think I counted the other night. I think there was over 100 citrines on the chain. Wow. I feel like that can't be right because it's a metre length. You couldn't have one every centimetre, or could you? Shall I count while Dion does the first ever price reduction on this item? We did say it's going to be a special deal. Now normally it's $17.95. Wow, this is sterling silver and, well, I believe over 100 gemstones, but I'm going to count 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50. I'm not even halfway. Let's get that price point down while I continue to count. You've already got 50 gemstones. I'm not even halfway. 52, 54, 56, 58, 60, 62, 64, 66, 68, 70, 72, 74, 76, 78, 80, 82, 84, 86, 88, 90, 92, 94, 96, 98, 100, 102, 104, 106, 108, 110, 112, 140, 160, 118, 120, 22, 24, 26, 28, 131 citrines on a metre length of sterling silver chain. We just took it down to $12.95. Producer Dion, just put a crisp £5 note back in your pocket. Maybe you've been thinking about investing in this chain for some time, but you've only just got to payday. Now you've got the advantage of a £5 price reduction. No wonder so many people are snapping up 2 of these now. So yeah, so to create all of these individual wrap loops, they're trying to do some quite elaborate maths here.
Is that because it's 30 seconds?
They're trying to, exactly right. So 30 seconds, yeah, but don't forget you need a loop. You need 2 loops for each gemstone to connect them.
Yeah, so that's 100.
So that's a minute each time.
Yeah.
So that's 260 minutes to get 130 gemstones on there. 260 divided by 60, 180, 240. Let's say 3 hours then. So there you go, 3 hours work or a £12.95 investment. It's up to you.
To me, it's as a jewellery maker who sells their jewellery, it's an absolute no-brainer. I would buy that because I can't afford to spend that time making it.
Right, cool.
So for me, it's an absolute. I've got money in my pocket by buying it.
That on a 30-second time limit, which, as you said, is actually pretty quick to do.
I'm actually making money buying that because I can.
Oh, because you've got all that time back.
Yeah.
And of course, we're not even factoring in the fact that you have got 130 individual gemstones that have already been faceted, that have been set into sterling silver. So to be quite honest with you, the $12.95 price tag is already justified in the product. Yeah. The 3 hours that you gain is, as you say, money. That's basically profit to you. That's basically money in the bank.
It's money for me because if I'm sparing those 3 hours, it's making me money.
There you go. Perfect. So this product is really encapsulating everything we're trying to achieve here at Jewellery Maker. Highest quality gemstones available, faceted to perfection so that they enhance the look that you create. Then you've got a huge carat weight, beautiful clarity, and it's all set into a precious metal. On top of that, we're saving you time as a jewellery maker. So literally ticking every box here. Oh, I see. We've got a few texts from people, Sarah, saying, can they have a closer look at your necklace that you're actually wearing?
Stand still. Don't get my double chin in. Gosh, I look really brown on that.
Nice. I do like that necklace, I have to say.
Thank you.
You've got the pale blue tones with the silver, which always works, and it goes very nicely with
I
your
did
dress.
do this a long time ago on a designer inspiration show, this design. So if people want to have a look for it.
Oh, they can find it on YouTube.
It was probably over a year ago now though. So it gives them a while to go back.
So you have to, you might have to do a little bit of searching, but all of our live shows are available on YouTube. If you do miss a demonstration, or maybe you just develop a passion for certain experts' designs, or maybe you just want to see my handsome face, you can find all of our shows on YouTube. And we're about to bring you another deal here on The Late Show. This is what we do. We add it to your order price points so that you can justify, I suppose, your 1 P&P per day. Although it's only $2.95, which is one of the lowest P&Ps I see around there. I was buying from a website today, and do you know how much I had to pay for my P&P?
Oh, don't. It's just scary.
£5.99.
I know. That's the standard. It's not even that you've got it on an
No.
express delivery or anything like that.
No, yeah, too right. It's going to take 5 working days to get here. $5.99. That's a sixth of the cost of the product itself.
I've been buying things that have been quite bulky and they charge you by weight.
Oh no.
And that's just scary when you get to the end and you add it all up and they put this huge P&P on the end and you think, actually,
I don't really want the item anymore.
I could drive and pick them up and come back in the car for less. It's scary. It really is.
Absolutely. Totally agree. Now, these are absolutely gorgeous. When you talk about adding value into your designs, when you talk about maybe a particular component here at Jewellery Maker doing the work for you, again, this is ticking every box. You've got a huge carat weight of one of the most recognisable gemstones on the market in the form of gorgeous amethyst. You've got that attention to detail from the heart-shaped charm. You've got it all set into gold-plated sterling silver, so precious metals. And these are gorgeous little charms. I mean, can you imagine the kind of price point you'd have to pay from, you know, famous charm brands to get this kind of carat weight of amethyst into your necklace, bracelet designs, I should say. Already they're flying out the door. We only have 11 remaining in stock. Oh, well, it all becomes clear when you see the price point as ever. Oh, and Producer D's giving us a reduction. I was thinking $9.95 for these kind of carat weights of faceted amethyst. Job's a good one, but
Oh my goodness.
not low enough for Producer D. Is it because these go with blue? They look a bit blue. She'll use anything to crowbar a price reduction into the show. I wouldn't say they look a bit blue. I would say they are an intense regal purple tone, personally. They're the kind of purple tone that you associate with this gemstone. Tom, don't fall for it. It's nothing to do with colour blindness. She's a girl. Girls can't even get colour blind. She just wanted to give everyone a treat. We're not going to complain, Dee, don't worry. Okay, we're going to move on. Okie dokie. Wow, this has flown this hour. We're already approaching our next star buy, which is the premiere launch of Emerald. But before that, have a look at this. May the 4 be with you. We celebrate our birthday here on Jewellery Maker on the 4th of May every single year, and this year was our 4th birthday. I can't believe that. Still shocks me.
I know, it shocks me because I've been here nearly from the beginning. I think it's
basically
2
from
months
day one.
afterwards. That's
Yeah.
it. No, about a
I
month and a
remember
half.
seeing you having little meetings in Paula's office
Yeah.
when I was just a producer on Gems TV, our sister channel. What's this? You put an image of me. That's just one scene from the DVD. You got 4 hours of handsomeness. Snazzy Red. It was filmed around Christmas time, Tom. Probably. No, it wasn't. There you go. This is what the kind of techniques you can expect. See, there's Sarah's hands.
There's my hands, yes. Oh, there I
So
am.
different techniques from all of our designers. They're sort of condensed, aren't they? Little mini projects.
Yeah.
They're all about 10, 15 minutes long. so that we could fit as many techniques into the DVD as possible. It's actually a 4-disc collection, so you get 4 hours of tutorage here and a different project from each designer. Oh, look at Gemma and Ali looking very gorgeous and glamorous there. I don't look glamorous on any of the ones I've done. And we do have a set price. We've already got people coming through on the phone lines. $14.95. Already that's amazing value, because normally an hour DVD. It sounds amazing that I'm now about to describe our normal DVDs as not the best value, but they are at $4.95 normally for an hour, but you get 4 hours here for $14.95. So already you're getting improved value. I didn't think the value on the DVDs could get any better, but on the 4th birthday one, it is something very special. Michelle's texting to say, I've got this DVD and it's amazing. Yeah, my car broke down on the way to the studio that morning, so as you can see, my hair's like sticking up. I didn't have enough time to like sort myself out when I got here. Literally ran in and filmed like 3. I don't know why I ran like a Baywatch person, but I did. Ran in and did 3 segments of a DVD before we did the live show. Just the kind of guy I am. So there you go, 4-disc set there, featuring pretty much all of our designers. And yeah, pretty much, I say pretty much all of our presenters. You saw Lucy there, you saw Ali. I have to say, I do feature heavily on the DVD. It's because a lot of them were filmed either before we went live in the morning, or before or after we went live at 9 PM, and so I was doing morning and late shows, so I did a lot of the segments. I loved it. We're going to leave that one with you at $14.95. It is now time to launch Premier Strand of Emerald as a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Very exciting times now, because we're about to launch our first Premier Strand of the evening. It's never been seen before, and it's one of the big 4. So pretty exciting. As I said, never thought that we'd be able to bring you the big 4 here on Jewellery Maker, but thanks to your loyal custom, we have expanded at a rate of knots, and we now have suppliers all over the world, buying teams all across the globe, making sure that we not only offer you the best value on the items we bring you, but also that we bring you the rarest gemstones on the planet. Emerald, of course, revered for over 4,000 years. And have a look at the colour tones you've got on this particular strand. Very versatile cut once again, because you've got the cylindrical finish from one side, but they are also flat on the other side. Sorry, that was my fault. And here you go, 55 carats in total. There you go, there's the flat finish as well. So you're getting a lot of gemstones on this particular strand because they sort of interlock so beautifully. Love the colour tone here. I think whenever I've seen a cut like this before, traditionally see these sort of forest greens that you'll spot here, and those colour tones are generally associated with maybe Brazilian emerald. Now this is, oh, I've just pulled them all off. Let somebody else sort that out. I do this every time. Now normally, when you think of Brazilian emerald, then these are the colour tones that you do associate with the gemstone. These more pastel tones are generally associated with Colombian emerald, which is, to all intents and purposes, the most revered variety on the planet. In fact, some people, some mine owners, charging up to $5,000 for a piece of 9-carat rough of Colombian emerald. So that just goes to show the way the price points on emerald are starting to increase. And of course, if you are au fait with the way the gemstone industry tends to work, it's only a matter of time before Zambian emerald and Brazilian emerald start to become more sought after. Once there's a bit of a hunger for a particular gemstone within the industry, people are going to want to own every possible variety of emerald, and this evening we're going to be able to provide you with a very, very special launch price. Now normally I would say that my producer's been working tirelessly to negotiate you the best possible price, but I arrived before Dion today and I was already in executive producer Martha's ear, seeing how low we could go on this strand of emerald. Now, the original price point set by the management was $24.95. Already incredible value. We're talking about better than 50p a carat. Ah, I knew it. I've wound her up. This is brilliant. It's the best way to deal with a producer. I negotiated you a £5 reduction on that, but Dion, because she's a competitive producer, has gone even lower. She's gone down to $18.95 just so I can't take credit for the reduction. There you go. It's all thanks to Dion. I got you £5. She gives you £6. Best possible deal for this particular item. We have lowered the price down to $18.95, so hopefully Martha's not watching because she only agreed to $19.95, but there you go. And I suppose, like you were saying earlier, Sarah, it's these, not just the time issue, but any savings you can make and increase your profit margins.
Definitely. And you know, when I get my gemstones home, I count, it's really sad, but I count how many gemstones there are and how much it actually costs me per gemstone.
Then you
and
work
I write
out
that,
cost price for each gem.
I write that in, so when I make my jewellery, if I've used 20 gemstones, I know exactly what my cost was.
Ah, that's interesting. I get a lot of people asking me this question, you know, on air and on Facebook, saying, how are you supposed to establish a price point for your jewellery? That's a great way. So if you've taken into account all of the ingredients and then you've got a set amount for your time.
I might do it roughly. I might not count all of those because there's so many on that strand.
Well, there's a lot of emeralds here. I mean,
you know,
here you're actually looking at about half the emeralds, so I spilt the other half across the desk. $18.95, I've just worked it out. That's essentially a 25% discount on the strand.
It's an amazing value for money, and there are so many on there. And don't think about just stacking them up like they are on the strand. Turn them sideways and use them like buttons, and you get a huge neckline piece, and you've used hardly any.
That's a great point.
Especially if you do it with like a really fine, like a 0.25 wire, you can actually then form them into different shapes. So you can make floral patterns with them on those button shapes.
Nice
you
idea.
can do all sorts of different
Floral
things.
motifs are very, very popular, aren't they, in bespoke jewellery? So if you put them flat, they almost become little petals.
You can do so many different things with them.
There you go, then, a bit of inspiration from Sarah, and we're actually about to challenge Sarah, so that's good that you've got your creative juices flowing, Sarah. And we're going to bring the graphics straight in for the next part of the challenge. It's tiara time. I did try to give everybody a heads up on this one. I'm just going to place all these emeralds I've dropped over here. There you go. Actually, I've done that pretty efficiently. I'm pleased with myself there. Okay. Well, this is a little challenge that we set Sarah right at the start of the show. In fact, before we even came live, because I saw you'd already started your wire twisting. That's good, though. Because I don't think the graphics are going to be on screen for very long. Whenever I bring you an opportunity to own tiaras, they fly out the door. Now, last weekend, funnily enough, I brought you all of the other metal tones of tiaras, the antique bronze, the gold and the silver, but I didn't bring you the rose gold. So anybody who missed out on that opportunity, these are for you. And this really highlights exactly what we were saying about rose gold tones right at the start of the show, because we've put them together with some very funky contemporary colours in the form of the wire, but also some classic tones in the terms of the icy gemstones. So this absolutely allows you to take your tiara designs in a number of different directions. Maybe you want to create classic bridal wear. Your aquamarine and your moonstone will work perfectly. Maybe you want to create some really funky, maybe some festival style jewellery or something for the youngsters. It is, after all, now the summer holidays, Sarah.
It is, I know.
So the fuchsia wire could work perfectly in those designs. You actually get 5 of your rose gold coloured tiara designs. I mean, they're called tiaras, but they're perfect as just hairbands, traditional hairbands for little girls as well.
And you can keep them so simple, or you can take them on a really extravagant journey.
Well, I've seen some very elaborate bridal or prom tiaras, but at the same time you can create some quite simple but effective sort of fascinator designs.
Yeah, you might just want to have a little design at one side and leave the rest of the band plain, or you may just want to cover the whole of the band with gemstones and have no height.
You could just have a little flower on one side, Sarah, and then you could just, you could have a different flower in your hair every hour of the show.
You know, I have one at home that I made for a wedding that has got a flower at one side.
Oh, really?
It's got pearls all over the top, but it has just got a big flower at one side.
Beautiful. I love that. That's like your trademark look, that is, having the flower. Yeah, I like that. Okay, this has been a bit of a challenge. We are going to go and have a look at what Sarah created using this bundle, but first of all we have to bring the price on screen because they're already flying out the door. I did try to warn you it would be popular. It's $9.95. How much would you normally pay for the hairbands? I mean, from other suppliers, trying to get hold of hairbands is pretty difficult. I've actually seen one individual hairband. I don't know the exact metal weight, but they're base metals generally anyway. And it was £8 for one hairband from one online supplier. Sarah's nodding. She doesn't look surprised by that price point.
I've paid £2 for one single headband before now.
Oh, really?
Just and to get them in the rose gold is really difficult. You can get silver tone, but you can get gold tone, but the rose gold's particularly difficult to get hold of.
There you go then. So even better value. I've come over to have a look at your designs, you see. I should just say, I haven't even touched on the gemstones because you've got a lot of effect from the gemstones. You've got the optical effect from your rainbow moonstone, that adulorescence. Hopefully we're going to be able to see these little flashes of colour. Again, our studio light's not doing as fast.
They're not playing, are they?
Not at all. I'll just try and isolate a gemstone. There you go. There you go. I can see that on every gemstone. That's a little blue flash that you get known as adulorescence. This is my my birthstone actually. So it's exciting to have some rainbow moonstone. Yeah, it's good when you've got one of the popular ones.
It's an interesting one because it's got such a nice optical effect to it.
I just realised I'm wearing it.
Yay!
I'm wearing rainbow moonstone. There you go. There's the little blue flash. But on top of that, you've also got what is effectively a double strand of aquamarine, and these are the faceted nuggets, so they provide you with a bit of texture as well, don't they?
You've got lots and lots of light and facets coming from them, so you get loads and loads of interest when you use them. And I love using these in sort of large pieces. I like grouping them together so they actually just
they cluster really beautifully.
They work off each other beautifully, and it's just such a nice way to use it. And you get so many. You don't need to be worried about how many you use together. Beautiful.
And then you've got that collaboration, if you like, of the baby blues and that fuchsia tone from the wire. This is 1mm gauge wire, so perfect for all the sort of structural work that you're going to want to do on your hairband designs. And just have a look at what Sarah's put together.
A bit weird and wacky tonight, but there you go. It must be the heat that's got to me.
I love it. I love it because it's a mix of those two styles I was talking about, isn't it? Of the contemporary and the classic. Sort of meeting together, a bit of a fusion.
I would wear this one, that one with all the wire work over the top. I will wear that. It's like it's quite beachy. I think it's quite summery. I think it's festival-y type things, you know. So you could wear that more of a daytime sort of piece rather than an evening piece. And I love it. Just so easy and simple.
Well, there's a lot going on there, isn't there? Because you've got the texture of the sort of organic cut to the gemstones, but then you've got the playful wire work.
Yeah, you've got playful colour, and it's all sort of free-form wire work, so there's nothing too sort of structured about it. And I wanted that sort of free-form, fun item of jewellery. I didn't want it to be a serious piece of jewellery. It's more of a fun.
Can I just say as well, these would be a massive craft fair winner. Whenever I've been to craft fairs, anything that sort of mirrors Mother Nature tends to fly out the door. These sort of spider web earrings. Well, that's how I'm interpreting them.
I interpret them as dream catcher, and all I would want to put on the bottom of it is a feather. I'd want to put a feather on the bottom. I didn't have a feather with me, so I would hang a little feather on the bottom.
The producer's already put dibs on them, she said.
They're not blue, Dion.
That shows how good they are. A little bit blue.
They are with the moonstone.
I can see a blue tone in there if I tip it up. I'm getting the adulorescence. Not easy in our studio lights, but that's the beautiful thing about having a little bit of movement in your moonstone designs, because then the light catches it. You're going to see the adulorescence.
Angles, yes.
This is flying out the door. It's called Tiara Time. You get 5 of your rose gold coloured headbands or tiaras. You get 10 meters of your 1mm gauge fuchsia wire. I mean, that's going to be useful for any wire worker, isn't it?
You know, 10 meters of wire just goes such a long way as well. I mean, I have hardly touched my reel, and I've made all those pieces. That's my reel there, so I've hardly touched it. So you can actually see, I've made all those pieces.
You probably say these are wire-heavy designs,
they
if you
are,
like, aren't they?
And you know, the fact is, I have there probably enough to make 2 or 3 more wire wrapped bracelets, or a heavy neckline piece like I'm wearing. I could make out of what's left on that reel. So you know, you've got loads left.
There you go. And of course, the beauty of creating wire work designs is that it allows you to make your gemstones go that little bit further, because you get a little bit of a sort of flourish from the wire.
Yeah,
and of course you can space the gemstones.
Shall I hold this one up and you can see the sort of quirky nature of it?
Yes,
it's a bit
it's
quirky.
quite an elaborate design,
It's
isn't
a
it?
bit quirky. If I hold it up,
It's
a
almost
little
sort of
bit.
futuristic.
Yeah, a little bit more quirky. So I've got the little coils on there, and then just those little sort of quirky sort of spirals. And this is a fun piece of jewellery. It's not to be taken seriously, and it's just like, I would wear that down the beach. I just love it.
Oh yeah.
Just keep
my
my
little
hair
girl
on.
would love that,
Yeah.
Sarah.
Yeah.
She'd get mad for that.
And
There
it's a
you
really
go.
holiday piece with all the moonstone in there as well. That's really going to catch all the light when you wear it
idea.
out during the day.
You get the little reflection from the metal tones onto the gemstones.
In fact, I might need to take this one to the Caribbean with me.
There you go then. Sarah's got dibs on that one, guys. Right, thank you so much for your design. Sarah, let you get on with your next challenge, but first of all, I'll wait for the director to tell me to move. There we go, before I get in trouble. We're going to carry on. Let's do some more deals, because we're nearly up to our quarter past deal, aren't we? Where are we going for? Pyrite and fluorite together as a double deal. This is just to show you Sarah's next challenge. Now this is a heart in a heart. In fact, I'm going to go like that and move that way so you can see the heart. Very definitive heart shapes here on both your pyrite and your fluorite. So this is for, well, I was going to say all the romantic designs, but I suppose hearts are perfect for different connotations of love, aren't they?
They are. They're perfect for everyday wear as well. You know, you can take it in lots of different ways. It could be, you know, for the love of life, you know, for the love of summer, whatever you want to take it, you know, or just the fact that you actually love the gemstone. So I think hearts are so easy to wear, and those interlocking pyrite hearts are beautiful. They're like little waterfalls of hearts. They're just gorgeous. So they're really easy to wear.
Brilliant. Okay, so there you go. We've already, I think the creative juices are flowing for Sarah already this evening. We've already inspired you once, but we're going to have a look at a little bit more of inspiration when we bring you our double deal on hearts. We've had a text from Hazel. Evening, Ed, Sarah and crew. I got my signed photo through. Thank you. Watched them since the very first show, and you all feel like extended family now. That's from Hazel and Kent. Hi, Hazel.
Aww.
Hazel was the first person who requested a signed photo from me.
Ah,
She started quite a flurry of people. One other person asked. Okay. So, I got one. Yes, that's. Oh, thanks, Ed. Are you feeling more like Rachel Riley now? Hazel, yes, you see, because Rachel Riley sent me a signed photo because I was talking about her on the show a lot.
That's amazing.
Dan's impressed with that. Shall I break the illusion? I'm really good friends with her producer at the Gadget Show. That's why I got sent it. So I didn't realise that until I received it, and I thought, oh, she watches me on Jewellery Maker! And then I got a text message from my friend saying, did you get the picture of Rachel I sent you? I was like, oh. So yes, I do, Hazel. Thank you very much. We're going to go straight in to our quarter past deal, because we're going to do a deal every 15 minutes this evening on the show. And again, it's a gemstone that you need to be taking advantage of the, I suppose, very low price points we bring you here at Jewellery Maker. The reason I say that is I've done my own research and I can't find suppliers that can offer you the same value. I've seen similar price points, but I've looked at the quality of the pearls and I don't think they're quite the same standards we're offering here. And then I've seen suppliers that are offering you probably a similar standard of pearls, but the price points are absolutely through the roof. So the reason that we offer you extremely good value on cultured pearls here at Jewellery Maker is, again, because of our long-standing relationships with our pearl suppliers. Now, the pearls that we tend to invest in are cultured by a group of gentlemen in China, and they're basically telling us that over the next few months they're expecting to see new sanctions within their industry which will increase the price point. There's no way around it, and I know for a fact that these particular suppliers would not be increasing the prices that they charged us here at the Genuine Gemstone Company unless they had to. You know it's like,
Yep.
Sarah, repeat business. When you've got a client who keeps coming back for more, you never want to increase the prices because you don't want to upset them, and that's the situation that our pearl suppliers are in.
It's sort of things that are beyond their control, though, isn't
Exactly
it?
right.
Exactly
right.
It's like things, other mediums that you have to just go with the prices as they are. There's nothing you can do. I mean, it's things like, the price of oil and things like that. You're just stuck with it. Nothing you can do about it as a buyer. And, I know that Jewellery Maker are always going to pass on the best prices they can when it comes to pearls, but you're at the mercy of lots of different people.
Right. And of course, as we move forward, as minerals become more of an important commodity to governments, they have to start protecting the commercial realities of the suppliers within the area. And we're expecting to see these new sanctions affecting the overall price point of cultured pearls. But once again, we invested in these particular cultured pearls a little while ago now. So we can still afford to bring you the best possible deal. Now, these are 11 by 10 mil. They would be considered luxury pearls on the open market. To be honest, I would say that normally only applies to perfectly round pearls, but these are so close to being perfectly round pearls that you could probably classify these as luxury pearls. There are very slight irregularities in the shape, and you've got these very slight inclusions on the surface. All that's going to do is provide you with credibility as a jewellery maker. People are going to realise that you have managed to source genuine cultured pearls. There's a lot of faux pearls out there on the market. The more I speak to jewellery makers, the more I realise the importance of the folklore and legend attached to gemstones in terms of selling the designs. Because a lot of people investing in bespoke gemstone jewellery want to know what the different minerals are associated with, and of course pearls are associated with innocence, sophistication, grace, and actually in the past they've been used to identify women of status. So that's why pearls have this kind of attraction for people. Of course, they're also associated with some of the most popular genres of jewellery making, such as bridal wear or vintage designs. But I always think pearls are perfect for any age, really. Whether you want to create vintage designs, play on that timeless elegance, or whether you want to create contemporary designs, because whether you're 8 or whether you're 88, pearls always seem to fit the bill. I've got a picture I shared with the audience probably about a year ago now, actually, and it has every single generation of women in my family, except for my grandmother. She couldn't come down, but it was actually at my daughter's Holy Communion, and every single one of them is wearing a pearl. And funnily enough, I'll never forget this, because the day I brought the photo into the office, every single girl in the office was wearing pearl studs as well. Yeah. So it just goes to show you that pearls are perfect for special events and for everyday pieces. They're a must-have for all jewellery makers. And here you've got this beautiful feminine tone, the lavender tone. It's not necessarily coming through on screen. Again, that's our lighting, but when you get these home, you're going to see that gorgeous femininity, that slight pink or purple hue that you're getting from a gemstone. Oh, I forgot that this is a quarter past deal. So I'm thinking, wow, I can't believe we're bringing these pearls for $19.95. Of course, the whole time my producer's just waiting to offer you another price reduction. She's like, yeah, okay, can we do it? Can we do it? I'm like, can we do what? And she's like, can we take £7 off the price of this strand of pearls down to $12.95? Unbelievable.
That's just a money maker there. Just put a clasp on it and you can charge
well, you could charge 50, 60 pounds and you'd still be offering your customers better value than they'd find on the high street.
Definitely, and just have a look at pearls. I mean, I've got a shop near where I live that sells very high-end pearls. Now, I'm not talking cultured pearls, they're probably Tahitian, hand-dived, South Sea pearls, that sort of thing. And I could buy a car for the price of a necklace in their window.
Unbelievable. Seriously?
And I'm not just talking a small car. No. You know, in the thousands with double figures at the front. Yeah, for pearls.
This actually backs up something that Hannah Osborne said to me a couple of Sundays ago, because I found a pearl necklace. They weren't perfect rounds. They weren't as large as this either. I would estimate, say, 7mm potato pearls.
Yeah.
That's all they were, and a silver clasp. I could tell because it was oxidised silver.
Yep.
And just looking out through the window, and it was £135. And when I said this to Hannah Osborne, she was like, "You should have bought it. You'd have doubled your money on an auction website."
Definitely. I mean, you know, and these pearls are perfect for bridesmaids, for flower girls, for those sorts of pieces. And that sort of market, the bride, when she's looking for that perfect piece of jewellery, she quite frankly doesn't really mind what she's paying, as long as she's getting what she wants.
Real deal,
yeah,
exactly.
definitely.
So
And
she's getting what you ask. This is actually quite true, because a lot of people tell me that when you're working with genuine gemstones, when you're working with precious metals, you actually have to work less hard to justify the price points. People expect to pay a premium, whereas when you've got plastic or crystal in your designs, you're trying to say, "Oh, well, it took me a long time to do this." And
if you undercharge for your genuine gemstones and your precious metals, people start looking and thinking, actually, are they what you're saying they are? So, you know, it is worth pricing. And have a look round, have a look at your high streets, have a look at other places that might be selling this sort of jewellery, whether it be handmade or mass produced, you know. So I've got lots of little boutique jewellers and gift shops that sell handmade jewellery around me, and I'm always looking and price comparing myself to them.
Absolutely.
So I know that I'm with the market.
Yeah, and that also keeps your mind sharp to your pricing, the kind of designs that you want to put together as well. What sells, I suppose, on the
and you know, sometimes the simplest designs sell the easiest. I mean, things like just restrand those into a bracelet, some sterling silver spacer beads in between each pearl, hand knotted onto silk, it'll fly.
Well, also, pearl rings are becoming very popular, aren't they? Just
popular.
one pearl.
Yes.
And so, of course, that allows you to maximise on your profitability as well.
And you can mix the old and the new together by using pearls and your wire wrapping techniques. So you've got the classic of the pearl with a little bit more of a new technique. Well, not a new technique, because wire wrapping's been around since the age of the Egyptians.
But it gives you a contemporary finish, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And you can change the look of a single pearl so easily by changing the colour of the wire, the design you use.
And of course, then that feeds into what a lot of people are looking for, because they've got a one of a kind, they've got a unique design, which you wouldn't get if you're buying on the high street.
It's something you can sit and do. If you're doing a craft stall, you can sit and make wire work rings. It draws people to your stall, it creates that interest. That's important, If you're just sitting there,
if you're flicking through a magazine, no one's going to come over to your store, whereas if you're making jewellery, they want to see what you're doing, don't they?
They do. They want to be drawn in, and you know, I always say that the first person that comes to your stall is really important, because it brings other people. They want to see what that person's looking at. What are they interested in?
That's why I think another good piece of advice for jewellery makers is to have a sort of showcase piece. You'll have no intention of selling it. You might even put a 3-figure sum attached to it. So unlikely someone's going to buy it, but it attracts attention because people want to see that piece.
That wow factor piece.
Sort of, I suppose, bit of advertisement for your own skills as well, if you've got a piece like that.
And you also might bring commissions, so always take a notebook with you so that you can jot down orders or commissions or people's names and addresses, so you can get back in touch with them about later orders.
Brilliant. Well, I mean, the thing is, you wouldn't find a high street store that didn't dress their windows, would you? They put the best things in the windows because it attracts people into the store.
That's
That's the exact same approach that you can adopt as a jewellery maker.
That's it. I'd have just a couple of pieces that you can rotate during the day that are your wow factor pieces. Change it halfway through the day so that people have maybe seen you before, have come back, and now you've got another wow factor piece again, another reason to draw them to your store again. So you can get that double bite of the cherry.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We're going to leave that one with you. There is still some stock available, but it will only be available at $12.95 for the next 59 minutes or so. So I would say, even if you're in two minds, even if you haven't bought pearls from us before, this is an incredible deal I would get them home and make an informed decision, especially anybody who's already got an order up and running, says you really have got nothing to lose. You're going to get the best possible value on cultured pearls. You've got that feminine tone, you've got a luxury size, and you've got the benefit of a huge price reduction. We're going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on now to a bit more of a niche item, I suppose. These are the Lisa Pavelka foils, and you get 6 sheets in each item, but we have created a little bundle here, so you're going to get 12 in total in your 2 metal tones, because they're the classic metallic tones. You've got the silver foils and you've got the golden foils. Perfect if you have got a little burnisher to apply a different effect to some of your mediums. So you can use it on the likes of polymer clay or the resin tones. You can put it on metal as well.
You can put it on your friendly plastic. You can heat the back of your friendly plastic, so the black part of your friendly plastic, the reverse and the sides, you can just gently heat them, not until it's overheated.
Right.
So, and then
yeah,
rub
you
that
don't want
over.
to damage the actual plastic itself, right?
And if it overheats, it just gets a bit gooey and squidgy and loses its shape.
It's a bit bubbly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen
so
that.
just gently heat it, rub it over, and that'll cover the back of your piece of work. So if you're, for instance, you're making a pendant and you want the pendant to look just as beautiful on both sides, then you would cover the back with the foils. Also the sides of your friendly plastic where you've cut it, so you end up with that black tone. Again, you would cover those. I love using these on lots of different things, but you can actually put them on metal if you use
yes, this is what I was thinking. Yes, I've
so
seen
you
this
can,
online.
you can use certain types of glue, and they will like a size glue which just goes tacky, and you can use that to put metal on metal. So
perfect.
different tones over different tones. You can create lots of different looks with it. And again, you can use that sort of technique. You can put these onto wood if you've got picture frames, for instance, and you want
that's
to
a
put
good
them onto
idea, because of
picture
course lots of people do watch the channel. They're not predominantly focused on jewellery making, just different crafts as a whole, because the wholesale deals are so good. So you can actually apply these to different crafting techniques as well.
You can use them in so many different ways, and once you get them home, you'll be thinking, actually, what can I put that silver and gold onto? Can I put it on my friendly plastic, my polymer clay? Can I put it onto, if you've made polymer clay beads and you just want to highlight a section
Well, that's a
around
good
the
idea,
side?
because you could actually create a polymer clay bead using your little baking tray, suspend them, and then you could wrap them in silver or gold foil, and it'd essentially look like a metallic bead, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and you can stamp onto your polymer clay and then put these over the top, and it highlights the stamp for the words. And
just to emphasise parts of the design as well.
And if you've used things like the hurly-burly stamps or some of the texture plate stamps with those,
brilliant.
It looks amazing. So
there you go. So any of the more experimental jewellery makers who do try some of these niche
and try it
jewellery
on your jewel
making
enamels
techniques
as well. When
really?
you're doing jewel enamel pieces, you can be able to put it on top of those as well. If you use a specific glue, you'd be able to just put that onto them.
There you go. Great suggestions there then. Even some disciplines I wasn't aware of. They work perfectly on. So there you go. An amazing deal this evening, because you get, actually, that looks like one reel, but it's 6 sheets. You get 6 sheets of each, of the silver and the gold. You can see there. 12 in total. And you get that all for $6.95 this evening. I have to leave that one with you, because it is now star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy. Time is flying this evening. It must be because we're having so much fun. And right now, we're going to give you another discount bundle. So this is another wholesale deal, effectively. And the thing I love about this particular item is that it's not about the gemstone. I love gemstones. I've got a different relationship with gemstones to most, because I'm involved in the industry and I've been selling gemstone jewellery for over 6 years. One of the biggest sellers when I worked next door for Gems TV, where they're selling luxury jewellery designs, is a specific cut. Probably one of the most traditional cuts of gemstones, but the reason that it's identified as a very luxurious cut is that it's the most wasteful cut. So you probably lose about 50% of your gemstone yield when you're creating a marquise cut. And here we've got a collection of marquise cuts. I mean, this is why all of the presenters here on Jewellery Maker get so shocked by the price points. because we all come from a traditional jewellery background, working on Gems TV, where we're bringing you, say, you know, a carat for, yes, a carat of a gemstone set into 9 carat gold, and we've got a 3-figure sum. You know, elsewhere it'd probably be a 4-figure sum, but we are Gems TV. Then you come across to Jewellery Maker and you're able to offer people over 100 carats. It's been cut in the same way. Okay, it's not set into 9 carat gold, but the gemstones are a very similar quality, much higher carat weights, and we're not even bringing you it for double figures most of the time for one strand. We're talking about under £10 for over 100 carats on most of our gemstone strands, so something quite ridiculous. Whenever you can get one, you know, a whole strand of gemstones for under £10, you've got to be excited by that, and that's why we're always so shocked as presenters. Here, well, you're about to get over 200 carats for a ridiculous price point. In fact, you're about to get over 300 carats for a ridiculous price point. Unbelievable. Just doing the math. 320 carats on this one. Gorgeous green adventuring. Now these are broader marquee shapes. They're 14 by 10 mil. That gives you 150 carats in total. I mean, anybody who is involved in wire work, if you want to create those sort of vine-like style designs, here's your leaves right here. In fact, any floral motif would benefit from a marquise cut in a green gemstone, wouldn't it?
Well, that's it. I mean, I just make little buds out of them as well, so I'll put 2 or 3 of them together and they almost end up like little vine and buds. And
that's a great idea,
yeah. So you can do lots of different things with them, and I just absolutely love this shape. It's so easy to work with.
Really?
You can wire wrap them very, very simply and create that little drop style to make little charms.
Oh, I suppose they form natural pendants anyway from the way they drop.
Yes.
Yeah, great idea. And then have a look at this. Red striped agate, very similar colour tones to carnelian, I suppose. That's what the colour tones I normally associate with gemstone, but this is beautiful red agate. So you've got that unique banding on each and every gemstone, and a beautiful variation of colour tones here. You've got the tangerine oranges, you've got the ruby red tones, then you've got the sort of honey-like hues coming through as well. So lots of variation, again, perfect as petals or even dragonfly or butterfly wings, which I know are popular motifs as well. And then have a look at this, jasper as well, so another gemstone strand that's offering you lots of variation in terms of the colour tones you've got there, because you've got the earthy tones, you've got the pastel greens, you've got the rich forest greens, lots of opportunities for creative options as jewellery makers. You've got the marquise cuts of your green aventurine, the marquise red agate, and the marquise jasper, which are 12 by 8 mil in size, over 300 carats in total. And tonight, all 3 are under £10. I said earlier, when we originally launched 3 strand packs at £10 on the channel, we used to sell out left, right and centre. Of course, we've got lots more choice now on our website, but as ever, the price points within the industry do continue to increase, but we continue to battle that by bringing you the same kind of value. And it's because of your loyal custom. The way that you've supported the channel allows us to increase our buying power, and we pass those savings on to you. Right now, we're bringing you over 300 carats in aventurine, agate and jasper for $9.95. Another star buy deal, another wholesale opportunity to get your leaf cuts or your wing cuts in very versatile colour tones, but a huge reduction in the overall price point. We've got people multi-buying this particular bundle, so congratulations to anybody maximising not only on the value here, but of course on your 1 P&P per day as well. We'll leave that on with you, and we're going to move on. Don't forget, coming up at the top of the hour, the heart-shaped bundle, which we've challenged Sarah. So Sarah's working on this creation right now.
I am.
She's under the cosh tonight. We're giving her a different challenge every hour. So that's coming up in about 20 minutes time. But first of all, this is a double star buy. So we've got some of our gem arts. Now these are effectively the offcuts of genuine gemstones, I always think these would be useful for crafters. You know, people who generally rely on glitter a lot.
Yeah.
You know, card makers, scrapbookers.
They create great texture. You can use them to make little pictures. I know that you can from other places buy gem art pictures and paintings, and they are incredibly expensive. So you can make your own. You can use these in your resin. You can use them in your enamel. You can use them in all your crafting ways. So you might want to, you know, put this onto a jewellery box, for instance. Can you imagine a jewellery box with gems all over the outside?
Well, on our sister channel, Gems TV, we have actually sold some, you know, one-of-a-kind gem art pieces. I saw a huge, like a Bengal tiger done in different gemstone art, and I think, I could be wrong, so please don't quote me on it, but I think it might have been like a 4-figure sum. I mean, it was a huge portrait. I mean, this we're talking, it would have to go in someone's manor house or something, but you know, you can create those gorgeous looks. I mean, this is green rutile quartz, so it's going to have that almost sort of moss green effect. So much sparkle from this. I mean, this is like the Rolls Royce of the glitter world, isn't it?
It is, and you know, once you've used this, you'll think, actually, I've got so many other ways I can think of using it. So you might
I've
have
seen
one
it
project
trapped inside resin.
trapped
Looks
inside
gorgeous.
resin. You can use it with your clear jewel enamel.
Yes.
Put it into pendants and things like
Great
that. Those
idea.
bezel set pieces. You can use. I've done it before. I've actually used it on wooden shapes and painted on with a specific glue, and then put my gem art on top of that, and then sealed it with that glue. So you actually end up with lots of different bases with these gem art colours over the top. So there's loads and loads of different things. So once you've got them, you'll be thinking, right, I'm going to put gem art on there. I'm going to put gem art in this.
And it's going to go an awfully long way, because you've got over 350 carats of green rutile quartz in both pots. So we're talking about over 700 carats in total of green rutile quartz, but these are your little offcuts, your gem art, as it's referred to. We've taken this down to $6.95, incredible value. If you do want to add that to your order, it's a sort of add it to your order price point, isn't it really? We're going to move on though. Where's that? Really? Brand new? Wow, unbelievable. This is a strand that many of you may never have seen before. 80 carats of neon apatite. Unbelievable. This is a variety of apatite that we see very rarely here on Jewellery Maker, and it's because in order to gain the neon classification, you do need to see a certain hue coming from the gemstone, and every gemstone on the strand has to actually have this neon hue. Beautifully faceted. I'll tell you the other massive benefit to Jewellery Maker is just have a look at that. It is top drilled, but lots of clearance there. So again, you can be quite confident if you are potentially wire wrapping it or creating a briolette finish, or even if you just want to set them into, you know, more robust designs, you can be quite confident here that you shouldn't have any mishaps. Now the beauty of this particular gemstone strand is the number of facets that have been placed on the surface of each and every gemstone. Gorgeous sparkle, and that allows this beautiful neon hue to come through from the gemstone. Absolutely the top possible quality of apatite is your neon variety. 80 carats in total, and the top drill drops here range in size from 9x5 to 15x8. So here it's very easy to create that matching set of jewellery where you've got a neon apatite pendant and the droplet style earrings. I personally would set neon apatite into yellow gold plated silver because I like the play on the blue and the golds, but actually it looked just as effective set into silver.
It looks amazing set into silver. It creates a real sort of icy look to it, an icy tone, so you kind of get the ice feel, with real cold, cool tones coming through. I just love neon apatite, and you can use it with all sorts of things, like if you've got the navy blue wire, it looks amazing. If you make a pendant back
I can see
against
that would look good.
It just pops. amazingly. So, you know, lots of different ways to be able to use these. They look great if they're against the hairline as well. This is quite a bold colour.
Perhaps,
yeah,
with the rose gold hairbands,
or
it look gorgeous, wouldn't it?
So there's lots of, because it's quite a bold colour, it just looks really good against the hair.
Again, lots of design opportunities, I suppose. Lots of different scope with this particular strand.
A colour tone that's so hard to get, it really is. So if you know, you're looking to get this into your collection, this deep, real ocean blue, I would just go for it. Just go for the strand.
It is gorgeous, isn't it? It's another one of those gemstones that you really need to see in the flesh to appreciate the variations in the colour hues that you've got here, because you do have almost like a navy blue tone at one end of the gemstone, then you've got that neon glow in the centre of the gemstone, ranging up into sort of sea blues as well. So again, like we're saying, lots of different variations, lots of scope for you as a designer, and of course you get to offer your customers, your clients, or your friends and family, if you are creating jewellery designs to give as gifts, the chance to own the most revered variety of this particular gemstone. It's a gemstone that I see being used an awful lot by American designers at the moment. Oh, I see, we put a blue gemstone on screen and producer deals straight into here to have a look at what's going on. I like it. She wants to see the neon appetite.
Yeah.
I don't blame you, it's pretty gorgeous. Oh, and she's got something up her sleeve, she tells me. There you go. 80 carats of neon appetite. I should just say, do you mind if I just put this down for 1 second? Just so I'm just going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 gemstones on this particular strand. That could vary ever so slightly. It's based on carat weight, of course, but that means that you're looking at roughly, say, about 7 over 7 carat on average on each gemstone. That's a huge carat weight to be able to offer your customers. That means that if you were to create a matching set of jewellery with a pendant and earrings, you'd be offering your customers the opportunity to own the 20 carat club, but in neon appetite.
Wow.
Amazing. $27.95 is your exclusive launch price this evening. We're going to leave that one there, and we're going to move on to gorgeous sunstone. Now this is perfect for the summer months, and this is going to represent your quarter past deal. Quarter two deals. They said quarter past in my ear. That's what threw me. Sorry. So quarter two deal. We're going to do a deal every 15 minutes on the show this evening. This is exquisite quality of sunstone. In fact, virtually everybody in the gallery is oohing and ahhing at the quality we've got here.
That is amazing.
I always think of this as sort of Mother Nature using a bit of glitter in her design.
She has, hasn't she? She's gone mad with the glitter inside the gemstone.
She's gone crazy. You need to tip it onto some card afterwards, Mother Nature. Come on, don't leave all of that glitter inside the gemstone. Now, what we're actually talking about here is this little effect you see. Hopefully you'll see. There you go. So you can see that little glitter-like effect. These are actually copper inclusions that give you this golden shimmer. Again, it almost has that sort of champagne fizz about it, doesn't it? It's very, very opulent. These are huge. These are faceted rondelles. They range in size from 7x4 to 11x5. So very significant size of the gemstones. Again, the benefit of that is that it will have a massive impact on the look that you're trying to create. I mean, this is like having a glass of pink champagne, isn't it? Ooh. You like that?
Oh, yeah.
We're making everybody thirsty tonight.
You are. It's not fair because I don't get to have anything even when I go home.
There you go. The second we leave the studio, we can all start celebrating just like everybody else who is making the most of not only their 1 P&P per day, but also their incredible price reductions. We're about to offer you one here on a Gems of Distinction strand of sunstone. Huge rondelles with all that beautiful golden glitter inside. Should be $21.95. But for the next 60 minutes, you can add this to your order for $12.95. Another huge reduction. Dion's in a pretty generous mood this evening. She just put £9 back in your pocket.
Good grief.
Maybe you've looked at sunstone previously, but you've never had the opportunity to invest in this particular strand. Maybe this is something that you've fallen in love with. The phone's ringing.
Uh-oh.
We've gone too low. Dion's getting in trouble. I wouldn't. They're pretty brave over there. It must be a Bennett. I won't be kicking off with Dion about her prices. She's a tough lady. She don't take no messing around. Or maybe that's just me being scared of all the women on Jewellery Maker. We've just taken this down to a clearance price of $12.95. Is anybody going to buy a strand of sunstone? The reason I say that is because everybody so far has bought 2. So if you want to get hold of a strand of this, you need to act very, very quickly. This price reduction only available for the next 60 minutes. This does come from our Gems of Distinction range. It does represent the highest possible quality we can source for you because it's part of that elite range, but right now we've taken it down to a clearance price. So this is your opportunity to add sunstone to your gemstone collection, but for $12.95. Totally ridiculous price point. Not a price point that we would generally associate with this strand, but tonight we want to give you as many deals as we can. This has now fallen into the clearance section of the show because it's our Q2 deal. But any of the price reductions you do see this evening will have to be taken advantage of within the hour. So you've got 60 minutes to activate the discount on this particular item, at which point it's going to return to the original price of $21.95. Most people I speak to tell me that they've got that magpie inside them. But they want that little sparkle, they want a bit of glitter, a bit of bling, shall we say. This gemstone offers you on lots of different levels because you've got the golden glitter-like inclusions inside the gemstone. It's faceted to perfection, so you get that play of light, and of course, you've got this beautiful variation of colour tone. Ranges maybe from sort of a pale apricot tone right up to those rich cognac or amber-like hues. So ticking every box once again, and that is available at the discount price of $12.95. We're going to move on though, and I'm going to bring you, I suppose, an essential gemstone. It's not often I say that because, you know, I really do appreciate the fact that everybody has their own personal association with gemstones, and different gemstones evoke different imagery to the individual, but I think if you are intending to sell your designs, you need to be able to prove to your customers that you can source genuine gemstones, and the way to do that quickly is to work with amethyst, because amethyst is probably the most well-known gemstone on the market. I suppose people have almost been conditioned to expect to see amethyst within suites of jewellery because the high street jewellers and designers use it so heavily. Here you've got a slight variation of the colour tone, I suppose, because rather than that regal intense purple, you've got more of a feminine, almost like a kunzite hue really. That's what I always think when I see lavender amethyst. Now later on this evening, coming up as our superstar buy, we've got this gorgeous peridot. Look at that for a combination. You've got the vibrancy of the peridot set against the femininity of the gorgeous lavender amethyst. Do you know what I like about that? It's almost like you're playing with Mother Nature's creations, because it's like you've got the leaves in the purple and the little flower buds in the green.
I know, you kind of throw it on its head a little
Yeah,
bit.
exactly. That's the phrase I was just about to say, so I'm glad you said that, Sarah.
But it works so easily with jewellery. You can throw colours completely in the opposite direction. Because when you make a piece of jewellery, you're kind of making a bit of a whimsical thing, you know, it's not true to nature, not painting, you're not trying to encapsulate nature in its true sense.
It's an artist's impression of it, isn't it? It's an interpretation of it.
You can get away with doing lots and lots of sort of playful ideas when it comes to things.
And I think that nowadays as well, people are much more confident in the colour combinations that they put together, particularly in accessories.
Yeah.
Because colour blocking's become very popular, hasn't it?
And I try and make lots of sort of feature pieces of jewellery that I know that I personally could wear with lots of different outfits, or my customers could. Because if you've invested in a feature piece of jewellery, you don't just want to wear it with one item of clothing.
No,
you want to wear it time and
you
time
want it
again.
to be a bit of an everydayer if you can make it that way, can't you?
Exactly.
Yeah, so you can benefit.
That's it. Benefit from the purchase you've made.
Get the best value out of it.
Also, you know, you can show off your artistry by wearing those sort of feature pieces. And sometimes one feature piece of jewellery completely changes an outfit.
Don't tell me women like to show off their luxury items, Sarah.
Sometimes.
It's brand new information. I know what you ladies are like. Men are just as bad, to be honest. $8.95 this evening for 50 carats of lavender amethyst here, and once again that very wasteful marquise cut. So as you can see, we have tried to create the most luxurious feel we can on each and every gemstone strand. $8.95 for lavender amethyst, and we're going to move on. And we're now going to offer you another opportunity to own what has been voted as our favourite gemstone for the last 2 years. But this time in a different cut, because we've got these button-like or coin-like shapes, plain polished, and just have a look at the lavender. And again, I'm going to try and isolate one gemstone so that I can show you the lavender essence. There you go. Look at that rich sort of violet hue there. That's spectacular, isn't it? Look at that. You do get different colour tones from your Labrador essence, so it ranges from sort of purples to blues to greens to golden tones. I mean, you are, oh, look at that whole rainbow of Labrador essence. Hopefully I'll be, there you go. I've managed to get it. So there you go. Whole spectrum of colour there, little rainbow living inside that one. That's very exciting. Now this particular optical effect is actually created quite simply, really. It's a sedimentary rock labradorite, and so it's created from lots of different layers of different elements being pressurized over a long period of time. And what happens is when the light enters the gemstone, because there's almost like a grid-like structure to the gemstone, it passes through those different elements at different speeds. So the light essentially is bouncing around inside the gemstone. It creates this optical effect known as labradorescence, and you can see the kind of impact it's going to make on your designs. But also, I think one of the reasons people like to invest in genuine gemstones is that sort of mystical association that genuine gemstones have, and this gemstone absolutely embodies that, captures people's imagination. Now, Sarah is one of the designers that really highlighted to me just how much people fall in love with this optical effect, because you were telling me the first time your husband saw this gemstone, it's the only gemstone he's ever got excited about.
It still is actually the only gemstone I've ever brought home that he's got excited about, and he was just mesmerised by the quality and the magical essence that is encapsulated.
It is pretty mystical.
Yeah, and you know, I have on my stalls, when I do my stalls, I have a palm stone of labradorite.
Oh right.
It's a pendant that I had, and I didn't use it I didn't make it into a piece of jewellery, so I've just actually kept it. And it's one
a little talking point.
And I say to people, pick it up, have a look at it in the sunlight, have a look at it in natural light, and just move it. And people are always mesmerised. So if you've got the larger cabochons we did recently in one of the designer inspiration shows, keep one as a talking point, because it will bring people in, and then you can say, but you can own this gemstone in this piece of jewellery, and you can introduce it to them.
Nice one. Well, the other good thing about that is it sort of highlights the fact that the gemstone is perfect for unisex designs, I suppose, because you can include it in those masculine looks.
Gosh, yeah, it's amazing in masculine jewellery because you can use it with your black leather, your black hemp cord, all those sorts of things. You can make it into cufflinks.
And it almost has more of a metallic finish to it anyway as a gemstone, doesn't it? Which,
it does.
Well, look at that, there you go, sort of sunrise-like colours.
And those would make perfect cufflinks. They're just a perfect size for cufflinks and really easy to make into them. So
feel free, Sarah.
Righty-ho.
Should be $8.95. Oh, you're getting commissions left, right and centre now. Director Tom wants a pair. $6.95. We've just taken our favourite gemstone down to a clearance price. Only available at that price, of course, for the next 60 minutes. If you want to take advantage of that deal, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. Lots and lots of people placing this in their basket at JewelleryMaker.com, potentially taking advantage of the clearance price, but also at that price point, it's pretty much an added to your order deal, isn't it? If you've already got a P&P up and running, then, you know, what are you waiting for, basically? You know you're going to need to have Labradorite in your collection. You've heard just how versatile and useful it can be, and of course, it's a gemstone that everybody falls in love with instantly because of that optical effect. The little coins themselves range in size from 7 up to 14 millimeters. I mean, to be honest, I'm just, all I can see now is cufflink designs. That's all I can see when I look at it. I just want a pair of Labradorite cufflinks from this strand. $6.95. So if you make a pair of those, advertise your craft fair to me and I might come along. Okay, I'm going to leave that one with you. I've got lots to fit in and it is now time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star Buy. We are having a special deal every 15 minutes tonight, but still at 30:30 and at the top of the hour, we're going to bring you one of our special Star Buy deals. On this occasion, it's a wholesale bundle. So we've taken two popular gemstone strands and bundled them together so that we can create a discount deal and a wholesale price point. On this occasion, these are heart-shaped carvings, which tend to be one of our most popular shapes of gemstone here at Jewellery Maker. I suppose it's because, again, offers you lots of different opportunities as a designer. You can create romantic designs and play on the connotations of love that the heart creates, or of course you can create some quite fashionable, on-trend designs because hearts are very popular in funky contemporary jewellery as well, so ticking both boxes again. Now that's interesting actually because we've got two different styles in the gemstones. The pyrite, very traditional look, made famous I suppose by vintage Victorian style designs actually, and pyrite for me again offers you a little bit of a saving as a jewellery maker because you get the metallic shimmer that you might want to put into your designs without having to invest in precious metals like gold or sterling silver. So that's one advantage of working with pyrite. On top of that, of course, you've got this very definitive and characteristic heart shape. We've got the same in your strand of fluorite, except your fluorite, because you've got that fluorescence, that sort of inner glow, and you've got that variation in the colour tones from your pastel greens to your lavender tones to your regal purples, and you've even got those sort of buttercup yellows as well. So you've got that variation in colour tones, you've got the unique banding, which I think will lend itself perfectly to the more fashion-led contemporary designs. Two heart-shaped gemstone strands here, all hand-carved, and getting over 300 carats of gemstones here. Already people flying in on the phone lines, under £10 this evening for two heart-shaped strands. When you think about how labour-intensive it is to actually not only get top quality fluorite and pyrite, and it would have to be top quality to achieve these carvings, but then for an experienced lapidurist to actually get hold of these and create that shape, it is very, very labour intensive. And so if you imagine that once again it's saving you a little bit of time a little bit of, I suppose, a lot of energy in creating the motifs, because all the work's done for you by the carving itself.
I love the fact that they've got the different drill designs. So you've got one going top to bottom,
You've got
one going
through
side to side.
Yes, I
So
didn't even
just-
think of that.
Just completely different again. And you know, it's just so easy to work with. I just love them, absolutely love them. And I just wanted those hearts just falling. Just absolutely love them, the way that they fall.
Oh yeah, getting a lot of love from the gallery there, so I have to say. But actually, you know what? They're exactly right, because you've sort of used it exactly how I was describing it. This is quite a contemporary, funky design with the fluorite, and then more of a classic vintage look with the pyrite.
Yeah, just got really sort of love hearts sort of tumbling in a little waterfall.
Like that.
Yeah, and I love the fact that that would be a piece of jewellery I would wear every single day. I would just literally pick it up, put it on, and not think about it. It would go with everything.
So because it's that earthy sort of antique gold that you get from pyrite, it would literally go with everything, wouldn't it?
It would. And then just, you know, a pair of earrings that, you know, to go with it. I wouldn't necessarily wear those during the daytime, but if I was going out, I'd just keep those in my bag. If I was leaving work and was going out for a drink with the girls after work, pop those on as I was leaving the office, you know, put the makeup, off you go. And you're ready for an evening
good to
out.
go.
Yeah, why not?
Absolutely fantastic. I've got people multi-buying this particular bundle, left, right and centre. A lot more people have come on the line since they've seen your design as well, Sarah. So you're obviously inspiring people this evening. So if you do want to add 2 strands of heart-shaped gemstones, maybe it's not something that you wear every day, like Sarah's describing, but I can tell you they're massive sellers, aren't they? The heart-shaped gemstones.
And what I would do with the fluorite ones, if I was doing a craft fair, is I would make little wish bracelets out of those.
Okay. Use them as little charms hanging off?
So I would just take some of the Eslon thread, which I know we've got coming up later.
Yeah.
Multi-row the Eslon thread, and put one of the fluorite, or maybe 3 with some spacer beads on, and you put a little rhyme that goes with it. So if you search for the little rhyme that goes with wish bracelets, and it's basically tie it on your wrist when it make a wish, when the threads run thin and it falls off, your wish comes true, something like that. Can't remember the wording.
No, I think I've seen this as well.
And they are great little pocket money pieces to have on your stall. The children can buy them. They can tie them onto their best friend's wrist, and especially this time of year when children are leaving, you know, year 6 to move up to high school, they might want to have something small that they can give to their best friends. They might not see them for the whole summer, and they might be going to completely different high schools, which happens in our area a lot, that all the children
so it's a little
go to different high schools.
sentimental connection.
Yeah.
It's a difficult time, I suppose.
It is. I mean, you know, when you're 11 years old and you're about to
Oh,
split
it
up from all your
feels
best
like
friends,
the
it's
biggest
the end of the
trauma
world.
ever, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
it is.
Well, much easier to stay in touch these days with social networking, of course. And if you want to get involved with Jewellery Maker, you can do that in just the same way. You can follow us on Twitter, or you can become part of our Facebook community. We've got over 30,000 people on our Facebook site now, sharing different ideas and I suppose tips and techniques and designs.
Yeah, definitely. And do, you know, if you've got questions, do pop on there and ask them, because even if we're not there as guest designers, there's lots of people interacting on the website all the time.
I
So
see a lot of the time people helping each other
Yeah.
out, so that's lovely to see.
Yeah.
Now you just made reference to the Eslon cord bundle we
Yes.
have coming up at around 8 PM. That's your next challenge.
is that the next one?
Yes,
is
so
it?
thank you very much for all of your inspiration with the heart-shaped gemstones. We are going to go to a quick break, and it'll inform everybody of how they can get involved this evening and take advantage of some of these deals. So if you want to learn how to buy from us at Jewellery Maker, you can see that right now when we return. And we'll be back in just 2 minutes with more incredible wholesale deals, so don't go away.
The fastest way to shop with Jewellery Maker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
When shopping with Jewellery Maker, you can add as many items to your order in 1 day and only pay 1 postage and packaging charge. We have 2 delivery options, Standard delivery at just £2.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 4 to 6 days. Or opt for our premium delivery at just £4.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 3 to 4 days. Happy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy to follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
Welcome back to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. I'm also joined by the lovely Sara Elvin, who's very, very busy this evening. We're giving her a different challenge every evening. I said it wrong last time. The S-Lon cord is the final challenge of the night, is that right? Okay, so in your final hour. Sarah's panicking there. There you go. Now this hour, this is your challenge. These are gorgeous. I've just spotted what you're talking about, Dee. Because you kept on saying the smoky quartz. They're so small and delicate, I couldn't see them. That's how bad my eyesight is. So I could see the sort of lipstick red and the sort of icy whites there. The little plain rounds of smoky quartz were evading me there. I think the key with this bundle is that it gives you the opportunity to replenish your stocks on plain rounds. So you've got 3 varying sizes of your plain rounds in quite distinctive colour tones. And it's coming up at the end of the hour. Sarah's just putting together a little inspiration for us. Already this bundle makes sense to me, just looking over at what you're creating.
Oh good, I'm pleased.
So there you go. 3 strands of plain rounds, including your seed beads of smoky quartz, coming up at the top of the hour. Okay, cool. We're going to move on though. And we're now going to bring you sky blue apatite. Oh, you've got a few neon hues coming through here. Do you know what? For me, that's like a swimming pool blue. Ooh, I can't think of anybody that really likes blue gemstones, to be honest, but I suppose there's somebody out there. Regular buyers will know that producer Dion is a massive fan of blue gemstones. In fact, she's not alone, because most people's first purchase of a precious gemstone will be a blue gemstone. So there you go. And these are gorgeous because I've been talking a lot about apatite over the last few weeks because just through the research I've been doing, I've found that apatite is growing in popularity with American designers. My theory, and it is just a theory, is that over the coming 12 months or so, I expect to see apatite being a big gemstone on the high street.
It's just such a enthralling colour. It's so bright and it's so beautiful, and I love mixing different metals with it, so it just goes to every single metal out there, whether you want to take a really tonal quality and put it with your antique bronze, or whether you want to sort of really go down that really bright vibe and go with the gold wires and things like that. You know, you've got everything you can do with that.
Well, it's just like we were saying on the last blue gemstone. In fact, what am I talking about? It was the neon apatite. We were saying if you put it with the silver, you get those icy tones. If you put it with the gold, it warms it up, gives you almost a sort of Egyptian-inspired look, doesn't it?
It does, and you know, it's got such a powerful colour that you don't need to use many of them. You can use them in wirework pendants and use 3 or 4 around the bottom of a wirework pendant and get that real pop of colour. And not use many gemstones. So it's you know, it's a great money making one that you don't need to use many.
That is key, isn't it, for jewellery makers? Because if you are selling your designs,
that's it.
You're essentially running a small business, so you've got to be thinking about your profit margins, and you've got to work on quite tight budgets.
Even if you're making for gifts, you might be looking at this strand and thinking, I can make lots of pairs of earrings from this strand, and I only need to use a couple of gemstones on each pair of earrings, and I've got lots of gifts made for a very, very low price.
There you go.
You know, even if you look at it that way, so it's just amazing. I love the colour.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? And we actually have fewer than 20 of these available in stock. Oh, now I understand. My producer's saying to me, these are going to sell out before you finish talking about them. The reason is the price point is so low, $6.95. They're flying out the door. If you want to take advantage of this deal this evening, you need to be dialing that free phone number. We are now down to single figures of availability. Kaylee has been getting involved with the show. It says, hi Ed, have you got any tanzanite, as I want to make a celebration bracelet, as yesterday I found out I'm pregnant and therefore got engaged.
Oh wow.
Kaylee, amazing. That's as close to the proposal as I'm ever likely to get.
Wow.
Amazing, Kaylee. What a fantastic double whammy of amazing news.
And congratulations as well.
And more importantly, Kaylee, I like your style. So all of these things have happened to you, so you're creating yourself a piece of celebratory jewellery. Girl after my own heart. What are we going to do though? Are we going to have any tanzanite tonight? Okay, let's do some right now. Okay, nice one. This is just for Kaylee. Oh, and first of all, congratulations to Kaylee! Well done, congratulations. There you go. I wonder which Kaylee was more shocked about, finding out she's going to have a baby, or her significant other proposing. What's better for women? I don't know.
Do you know, that's just an absolute double whammy. I don't think, you know, it's just, both of them together are just amazing bits of news. To have them both together is just absolutely fabulous.
All falling into place for Kaylee this yesterday evening. Let's get her a special treat so she can create her tanzanite bracelet. 60 carats of tanzanite here. Faceted marquee shapes again, that wasteful cut. And of course, moving forward, once again another gemstone where the government from the country in which we source this gemstone is starting to implement new sanctions. It will no longer be the case that we can just stroll up to Tanzanite 1, the only known location to source Tanzanite from, buy, you know, the rough gemstones and ship them off to our own personal lapidary so that we can improve the value. Now all Tanzanite gemstones are going to be cut on location in Tanzania, and as ever that is going to increase the price points that we're going to have to pay for Tanzanite, and subsequently that the whole industry is going to have to pay for Tanzanite. Of course, we do have long-standing relationships and a good relationship with the owners of Tanzanite 1. We've been dealing with them for a long, long time, but as I say, these are industry-wide sanctions put in place by the Tanzanian government to protect their own resources, so we can understand that. but it does mean that if you want to get a wasteful cut like a marquise faceted tanzanite, you're going to have to pay, I would think, quite high price points going forward. Take advantage of this particular deal, 1,000 times rarer than diamonds because of it being a one location gemstone. And of course, pretty soon, you're going to have to be paying some premium prices for this gemstone. Here at Jewellery Maker, we're going to give you the benefit of our previous trading prices. Oh, and we're not messing around. $33.95 for 60 carats. Say that again, sorry. What was that, sorry, producer dear? Ah, there you go. $33.95 actually is representative of the increase here at Jewellery Maker. Fantastic. So there you go. So we've already managed to source brand new cuts of tanzanite since the sanctions were put in place. Actually, do you know what? I bet elsewhere the increases are much more significant than that. This was originally available for $27.95. So we're now up to $33.95. So it's not a massive impact, but it does show that things are changing within the industry. And to get hold of faceted tanzanite cut like this, you are potentially going to have to pay a pretty penny. And there's Kaylee. She's got involved. 60 carats though for $33.95. We're still talking about, say, 60p a carat. Still pretty ridiculous. I mean, I'm thinking that elsewhere you can pay very, very high sums. In fact, I know for a fact that you can, because the most expensive piece of jewellery I've ever sold was a quadruple A tanzanite ring. $3,999. And it was valued at £7,000. The ring that I sold for £4,000.
Wow.
There you go. What? Ah, you've got a design there that might help to inspire Kaylee. She is on the lines. Thanks, Sarah.
Just to show that you don't need to use many tanzanite to make a really...
There you go. You can see the impact that tanzanite's going to make. You know why Kaylee's chosen this. I wonder if it's Kaylee's birthstone. If your birthday's in December, Kaylee, then let us know if that's why tanzanite's your choice. Maybe you just want to own the newest member of the Big Five. That's not me being offensive about the Spice Girls. It was the Big Four: diamonds, rubies, emeralds and sapphires, but now we consider tanzanite part of the gang, so we call it a Big Five. I'll leave that to one side. That's a beautiful design, Sarah. I love that.
Thank you.
And it just goes to show how well tanzanite works with silver as well. We're moving on. It's a quarter-past deal, in fact. Where are we moving on to? Thank you for breaking that down for me. Spanish for the insane there, because Dion said dos. That means two, Ed. As if I wouldn't know that. Only obvious if you know. That's my motto. Now, this is your opportunity to own one of the most sought after and revered gemstones on the planet. A gemstone that, again, has been traded for a long, long time. Originally brought to Europe by Turkish traders. And that's actually where we get the name for turquoise. In fact, the colour takes its name from the gemstone itself. And turquoise is the ancient French word for Turkish stone, because it was brought to Europe by Turkish traders. And what actually happened was that, much like today, in fact, with turquoise, the noble people across Europe, the kings, the queens, and members of the hierarchy basically decided that they would be the ones to wear turquoise, and the peasants and commoners weren't allowed to buy this gemstone. And do you know what? Turquoise almost has that kind of reputation today. If you have a look at some of the top-end designers within jewellery, you'll see that they have whole collections based around turquoise, whereas the rest of us can't get hold of it. So things aren't too different, but here at Jewellery Maker we're determined to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible, and so we've got here some of the reconstituted varieties. Still get the same colour tone, you still get the banding that you'd associate with the gemstone, that matrix on the surface of a gemstone, but you've got huge uniformed faceted nuggets. They range in size from 9 by 9 mil to 11 by 10 mil, and currently available for $14.95. For the next 60 minutes, we're going to take this down to a clearance price of $9.95. Once again, producer Dion putting a crisp £5 note back in your pocket. Of course, any of the clearance deals we bring you this evening are only available for 60 minutes. So if you do want to take advantage of this, if you want to maximise on your 1 P&P per day, then dial the free phone number. Come through to a member of our award-winning help team, who will add over 300 carats of this gorgeous turquoise to your order, but at the reduced price point of $9.95. Maybe you've actually looked at the reconstituted turquoise before, but you haven't been 100% sure about whether you want to incorporate it into your designs. Why not get it home at the reduced price point and make an informed decision? We are going to move on though, and we're going to bring you another blue gemstone now. This time, maybe more of the sort of violet hues coming from this particular strand. And I love this cut. It's more of a polishing technique than a cut actually that's been used here. They're going to have been described as nuggets, but I always like to think of them as little pebbles. Are they? There you go, and this time I can't remember because the graphics weren't on screen. They have been classified as pebbles.
Ah.
Somebody's watching me and listening to me. Makes a change. Makes a change. Blue sapphire here. Now these are the kind of midnight blues that you normally would associate with sapphire, aren't they? I know that regular viewers to Jewellery Maker will be quite knowledgeable about their gemstones, but I think when you're selling your designs, you know, we're one removed then, aren't we? And potentially your customers don't have the same base of knowledge that you do. When they think of sapphires, they're going to think of these midnight blues rather than the oranges we get of a Padaparacha sapphire or the canary sapphires, for example. Traditionally, people think of these rich blue tones, and you've got it here, haven't you? But quite an organic, polished finish. Now, these are ranging in size from 11 by 10 to 18 by 14 mil. I would probably say that you can be quite sparing with these sapphires, and you maybe use these as the focal point of a design and build your design around, again, one of the big four beautiful sapphires, but this time in the form of pebbles. 130 carats in total, coming from our Gems of Distinction range. We only have a limited number available. Now that I see the original price point for this strand, I'm not surprised, but we're about to take one of the big five even lower. £10 for 130 carats of blue sapphire. Sure about this one? I know you like blue gemstones. Oh, she said, yeah, well, I love blue gemstones, so I'm sure about it. I love the producers. They're so brave. They learnt from the best. 130 carats of blue sapphire for $9.95. And as I say, lots of variation there because they range from 11 by 10 to 18 by 14. £10 for 130 carats there of, as I say, one of the big five. Again, it gives you the opportunity to offer your customers gemstones they're going to be aware of and they're going to traditionally expect to pay a premium for them. So, I mean, even if you just took one of these, put a head pin through it, created a couple of loops, attached it to a piece of chain, sterling silver chain perhaps, you're offering your customers sapphires set into sterling silver. When you tell them the necklace is just £10, they're going to be bowled over, aren't they?
They are. It's just an amazing value. I mean, just use them sparingly. Make rings out of them.
Oh, rings, of course.
You
now
know,
that you say that, I realise I missed the trick there.
But you know, those are so sizable that they would make the most outstanding wirework rings. I think they're just amazing. And what a profit maker for you. What an absolute deal to get that many beautiful blue sapphires for that price. I'd be buying several of those and just keeping them in my stash.
I can think of one lady who is going to be able to maximise on her 1 P&P today, because not only do they go perfectly with those beautiful blue tanzanites, but also tanzanite isn't Kaylee's birthstone. Her birthday's in September. Sapphires are her birthstone. So her engagement ring she just received yesterday was a treble A tanzanite, quadruple A tanzanite.
Oh.
No wonder you said yes. I'm sure he's a lovely man as well. But if you did want to create a tanzanite and sapphire piece, this is going to be a matching bracelet to go with her engagement ring. I mean, that's... Oh, Kaylee's there! She's getting the sapphire. Nice to see you back with us, Kaylee. Wow, I'll tell you what, I watch a lot of home shopping telly. It is, after all, my job. And I don't see this same kind of interaction on the other channels. People do text in and stuff, but we really do feel like a bit of a family here, don't we, at Jewellery Maker? So that's amazing. Congratulations to everybody taking advantage of that deal. It's just that Kaylee shared her wonderful news with us there. So congratulations. Oh, do you know what? These are the wooden beads that I was talking about right at the start of the show. Look, these are the heart-shaped ebony wood hearts that my poker style cufflinks have been created from. Oh no, sorry, I tell a lie, mine's are the little spades that were made for me, and then I recreated the cufflink design using the hearts. So there you go. So if you did get hold of the head pins at the start of the show, this is the perfect addition to your order. And of course, once again, you've got another natural mineral here, so a little play on Mother Nature's creations. These have a similar density and colour tone to mahogany, I suppose, and you've got that rich ebony style tone. Heart shapes, we've already discussed the importance of having the heart cuts in your collection as well. And really, I think the key thing that we discussed the last time we had these on air was the size of the drill hole. 3mm hole, so you can get virtually all of our cords through them. The S-long cord coming up in the final hour of the show. Those will go through there perfectly, but even the satin cords will go through that drill hole, won't they?
They would. You get several strands of all sorts of different threading materials through a 3mm hole. It's just really sizable.
Perfect. And the first ever price reduction on this particular strand this evening, so it should be $8.95. We're about to take it down, 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 down to $6.95. Another add it to your order price, another clearance deal here this evening on the Late Show. But as ever, our clearance price points are only available for 60 minutes. So, I mean, even if you are caught in two minds, if you're not quite sure whether you want to start integrating wood into your designs, now is the chance to make that decision, because you can get it home, see it in the flesh, and make an informed decision about this particular strand. The actual, I suppose, are they, I was going to call them charms, but I suppose they're just beads, aren't they?
You know, I'm looking at these and I'm thinking, although they're hearts, I think if you were to incorporate them with something like tiger's eye or something like that, you'd get away with it being quite a sort of surfery type style feel going on. And I just think, you know, for gents, that's, you know, it's really hard to make jewellery.
Yeah, it is hard to appeal to a broad range of gents, I suppose. They
can almost look like arrowheads if you turn them the other way. So
yeah, true.
So, you know, I
suppose you can match them up, make little bows or some magic.
You can play on the style of them. So, and if you're not looking at them individually, if you've got them all sort of
if you use the shapes, exactly, rather than just the carving. If you try, it's the way you set them into your design, I suppose.
They've got so much play with them, and you know, you can just make lots of different shapes with them and make really great flower petals as well.
Ah, yes.
Because I've seen flower petals when I see hearts.
The old flower petal trick. Very, very popular with a lot of designers out there. Now that we've taken these down to $6.95, I've got a lot of multi-buyers coming through on the free phone number. If you do enter a short queue, don't panic. It's around about 30 seconds. It is a free phone number. You will be answering the order in which you dial, but of course that price point is only available for the next 60 minutes. And if you've placed them in your basket, you need to check out to avoid disappointment. I'll leave that one there at $6.95 because it's now time for yet another star buy. Okay, very, very exciting star buy now. We bring you a star buy every 30 minutes here on The Late Show, and it tends to be a premiere launch like you saw earlier with our emerald, or a unique bundle. Now often we'll bundle together some popular strands and we'll give you a slight reduction. Tonight we have taken what I would consider an essential gemstone or mineral for most jewellery makers, and we did discuss it earlier in the show. In fact, if you got hold of the lavender pearls, these would go perfectly with those.
Oh, they would. Really beautiful feminine feel if you put those two together, but these are
more of a sort of mulberry tone, aren't they?
They are, but I'm looking at grown-up Christmas pieces where you might not want to go for the bright reds. You might want to go for something a little bit more sophisticated, a little bit more sort of evening look.
Yeah.
I'm thinking very Christmas, but these will be brilliant in hair pieces, you know. So again, I can see these as very bridesmaid as well, because
That's
sometimes it's a very popular colour that for a bridesmaid's dress. So, but yeah, they're just stunning, aren't they?
Have a look at this for a combination, Sarah, with the lavender pearls from earlier.
See, I'd do a very classic weave with those and just make a real statement necklace.
Just alternating between the two? Or?
You can make sort of almost like a diamond shape where it comes down, and I would do a circle of each going up the neckline.
Oh, gorgeous.
So it would just sort of alternate as it went, but in quite large groups, so you'd actually get that pop of colour.
That sounds amazing. Do you know what? I think these two are just a match made in heaven, aren't they?
They are. You know, if you've got one, you need the other, and if you haven't got either, get them both in your basket. You definitely need them.
You've got to be maximising that 1 P&P this evening, haven't you? Now, we've got a very special deal for this particular item, because we're also going to include your bead reamer. This is another essential tool, I know, that a lot of jewellery makers rely on their bead reamer, particularly if you are trying to get the cords through your drill holes, for example, that we just discussed. The bead reamer, just to slightly widen that hole. You might find that occasionally you get a little bit of nacre drop into the hole through the drilling process, and you just need to make sure that you've got a clear view so that you can get your threading material through the pearl itself. It's very, very easy to use because I use it. So that just that proves how easy the tool is if I can use it. So there you go. Now this is actually a beadsmith tool, and so, well, they're generally considered sort of the Rolls Royce of tool suppliers within the industry. You agree with that, Sarah?
Definitely. And this is a slightly different version of the bead reamer. You might have one in your toolkit, which is a bit like a nail file. It's got a sort of a diamond
it's like a sandpaper sort of feel to it,
whereas this one's more like a little drill bit.
It's serrated down so that you get...
And the reason that's really important is that you as you're reaming the pearls, the actual reamer fills with the actual natural material, and then when you take it back out, you actually draw that material back out of the hole, rather than leaving it in there and letting it get clogged up. Rather than leaving it in there, sort of like pushing it out of the way, you're actually taking it out of the equation, if you like. And you know, some people say, well, why would I want to drill to ream my pearls? Because the drilling process, depending on how they've been done, they've either been done from one end only, or they've been done from both ends. And sometimes, if they're done from one end only, you'll find the hole on one side is slightly larger than the hole on the other.
Yes.
So that's the reason you need a bead reamer, and it just means that you can make those holes a little bit larger to accommodate your threading material. And if you're wanting to make weaves with your pearls, you're going to need to get 2 pieces of beading thread through, and sometimes you just need to ream them to get that through. Brilliant point. No, didn't think of that, of course. So yes, brilliant idea. If you are trying some of the more elaborate techniques with your pearls, then you're going to need your bead and pearl reamer just to increase the size of that drill hole a little, to make the access for your threading material a little easier. I've already got people flying in left, right and centre. Maybe people have realised that the price of the bundle is actually better than the price of the pearls alone. Now, we've already discussed the fact that the price of pearls is going to be increasing over the next 6 months or so, and it's because new sanctions within the industry mean that the price on cultured pearls are going to be increasing across the board. Of course, we're going to try and keep those increases to a minimum, but as ever, we're at the mercy of the suppliers. We've been dealing with our pearl suppliers for about 10 years now, so you can imagine that it's in their interest to continue giving us the best deals, and we'll pass those savings on to you. But
we are expecting to see an increase. Now normally, whoa, not a little bit, huh? Normally the price of the pearls alone is $23.45. Even if you weren't getting the tool, this would be incredible value for genuine cultured pearls. They're 10 by 9 mil in size. Once again, these would probably be classified as luxury pearls on the open market. Very, very slight irregularities, inclusions on the surface of your cultured pearls here, which again identifies the fact that these are genuine cultured pearls, hand carved by Mother Nature herself. And you can see there that even on that recording, which is a little magnified so you can see the actual finish on the pearls themselves, look at that. You can't see any real imperfections there. You can't really tell that they're not perfect rounds either, can you? At $15.95 for the pearls alone, this would be an incredible deal. But for the tool as well, this is a beadsmith tool. That is unbelievable value, isn't it? Well, I have to say, I'm actually shocked that I haven't got more people on the phone lines. We're very, very busy tonight, and around about half the stock's been allocated. So if you want to take advantage of this star buy deal, which is actually better than the price of the strand of pearls normally, then you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. Every jewellery maker out there has to be getting hold of their cultured pearls, and when you get a tool thrown into the bargain with a reduction, that is unbelievable value. Okay, we're going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. It's a double whammy of star buy deals, and it just so happens that we've got a double deal on your grey agate. I would actually describe these as petal cuts, actually. Oh, every time I try to be clever, they actually have given it a decent classification for a change. Okay, so they're leaf beads apparently, but they do look like little petals. You could use them just as effectively as petals. A double treble deal here, and I suppose another benefit of working with a gemstone like this with your grey agate is the variations, because you've got the drama of your storm cloud greys, you've got your dolphin greys there, ranging down to those almost silver-like hues. There's a few variations as well there, because you've got a little bit of a golden tone coming through on certain gemstones. They are approximately 17 by 12 mil in size, giving you 160 carats in total, so over 300 carats overall as part of this double treble deal. And of course, as ever, we're going to offer you the best value in the market. So that works out at roughly £14 then. Is that right? $6.95 for both strands. Okay, I should have prepared the show better than I did. Over 300 carats of grey agate for $6.95. Wow. I'm actually shocked. Director Tom's shocked too. He's trying to find a way where it's not as big. He's like, oh, are you sure it's not 80 carats on both strands? Definitely not. 160 carats on both strands. Over 300 carats of grey agate here for $6.95. Tom's as shocked as me.
That's amazing value. Just imagine how many pieces of jewellery you can make from that. I mean, each one of those could be a little standalone pendant.
Yes.
I don't mean when I say little, they're not little at all.
No, you're right, they are. They're significant size, aren't they? And you're right, because each and every one's individual. So you genuinely can make bespoke jewellery using these as your pendants, can't you? The way they hang, it's perfect.
Yeah. Or I would take 5, take a piece of, say, 0.4 wire through 5 of them, draw them together to create like a floral design, then wire weave backwards and forwards underneath them to create that floral side piece in the middle, and then put that onto a chain. Just to keep it really simple.
Job's done then.
And
you only need 5 gemstones. You made a massive impact.
Statement
created
piece.
a sort of, statement look, haven't you?
Yeah, and you could, you know, use something like a few rose quartz beads, or even some of those, one of those red beads that's in my next challenge, as a centre,
Sort of
if you want to make it a
tones.
pop, or a white one even. You know, you can really make the centre of your flower pop with just one coloured gemstone.
That's a great idea. I love pinks and greys together though.
I
I love
do.
pinks, gemstones, full stop, to be honest. But
And
yeah,
you know,
you're right.
those really remind me of all the stormy skies we've had recently. You get all those different tones coming through. And I just think they're fascinating from that absolute aspect that you get lots of different tones coming through.
They do have that sort of theatrical feel to them, don't they? Because of that sort of moody grey tone.
They do. And, you know, you could put your coloured wires. So if you got that pink wire with the first challenge.
The fuchsia tones with
Yeah.
the greys, that look great.
And you can really like just create a real pop and drama with it, and you know, add the colour with different gemstones if you want to, or keep it really natural.
Well, do you know what? The value on this particular item is so impressive that we're getting brand new telephone buyers left, right and centre on this particular deal. Maybe you're flicking through. Stay with us here at Jewellery Maker. We're going to guide you through your brand new hobby. And we're also going to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. A free phone number. And of course, if you are brand new to us here at Jewellery Maker, you're not alone, because we are going to send you your Getting Started DVD and booklet. Takes you through all the most basic and fundamental techniques you'll need to get started with the hobby. So creating a wrap loop and attaching a clasp, knotting elastic, all of the, well, I suppose, building blocks of jewellery making, the really key techniques. And you can build on those once you've mastered the more simple techniques. And of course, every single day here on Jewellery Maker, we're going to be joined by guest designers, experts in the field, to maybe take you through the more advanced techniques. And at $6.95 for over 300 carats of agate, that is a deal not to be ignored by newcomers to the hobby or by experienced jewellery makers. And do you know what? If you're watching right now and you haven't quite taken the plunge on this particular Double Trouble deal, but you're umming and ahhing and you're thinking about getting started with Jewellery Maker, then give us a call anyway on the free phone number, and we'll get one of our DVDs and booklets sent out to you so you can get an idea of how easy it is to achieve the jewellery making looks. You can see that that is probably going to be a sellout deal as we now approach single figures of availability. Congratulations to everybody taking advantage of that deal, particularly all of the multi-buyers. We're going to move on though. This is a strand of beryl. Gorgeous faceted nuggets of beryl here. It's a bit of a family reunion on one strand because you've got aquamarine, morganite and heliodor. And I'm thinking that's probably a little bit of goshenite as well. So there you go. All the members of the family, except for emerald. There's always one that doesn't turn up to the event, isn't there, eh? So what we're looking at here is heliodor, basically golden or yellow beryl. Then we've got morganite, very feminine pink hues, aquamarine, and right down here we've got a little cheeky goshenite, another gemstone very, very popular with American designers actually. Goshenite's massive on the American jewellery market. Now, I know that a lot of people use the Gems of Distinction range to actually create their own gemstone collection. This would be perfect. You're ticking off a whole family of gemstones on one strand here. But actually, the irregularities in it, again, I'm thinking of wire work rings now. You've got me on that thinking.
They are.
Because it allows you to maximise on the profitability because you only need one gemstone. Yeah. You can play on the organic nature of the cut. And of course, you're offering potentially birthstone rings. If you're working with the aquamarine, that's March's birthstone. Definitely. Or just the chance to own a huge carat weight.
Of, you know,
sought after gemstones.
Very sought after gemstones. And, you know, if you're making those into rings and you're maybe a little bit more advanced with your wire work, you know, and you can spend a lot of time elaborating around the gemstone, then that's a real good profit maker because people are actually buying the work in the piece of jewellery as well as the quality of the gemstone. So it really is a profitable market for you. But if you're new to wire working, you can keep your designs really simple, you know, and it's really good that they have got that organic shape, because it allows your wire work to be quite organic as well, and you don't have to worry about the neatness of it.
So it can almost hide away the slight imperfections in the wire work and allow it to be more of a free-flowing piece.
That's it, and I think a lot of people get hooked up with being incredibly neat with wire work when they start off, and actually it is a skill that takes time to practice, takes time to get that neatness in everything, but you'll not get there if you don't keep practicing. And
like anything.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that practicing with large gemstones like this to make wire work rings, and even if you're just making it for yourself so you can keep hold of it, and oh my goodness. That price is ridiculous.
I just saw the price too. $7.95. These are massive carat weights of, well, virtually every member of the Beryl family here. Are you sure they've got the right strand? Okay. Say again. I'm concerned. Oh, right, I see. She said, yeah. Aquamarine's blue. There you go. That's all you need. All we need really to do is convince Dion that there's a blue hue in any gemstone strand. She's going to go under £10, it seems like. Absolutely phenomenal. Every member of the Beryl family, except for Emerald, for $7.95 here. Unbelievable. And Kaylee's been getting involved again. Hi Ed, I have a question for Sarah. Would the wooden hearts be easy to make cufflinks with them? Love, Kaylee. Kaylee, tell me about Sarah. I've already made the cufflinks with the heart shaped. I actually have on the shelf.
They would be really easy to make cufflinks with because of the size of the drill hole through them, and it goes left to right. And what you would just do is take a piece of wire through, fold it to the back, make a little wrapped loop, then form another little loop on there and use toggle clasp, or you can make your own T-bar part of the cufflink with a little piece
That's
of wire.
how I'd do it, Sarah.
Words right out, you know.
So very, very easy. You could use 2 or 3 of those and actually have them in a little bar as a cufflink as well, and I think they would look lovely.
Amazing. I totally agree, mainly because I've already done it. Yeah, they're very easy to make. Put it this way, Kelly, if I can do it, you can definitely do it. Congratulations, you're definitely maximising on your 1 P&P this evening. And we've had another text from Judith, who's put, Ed, I just sent a picture to your Facebook to show how far pearls can go with a single pearl ring. Brilliant. And there it is. We can show it full screen, can we? Okay, ignore. Oh, brilliant. Look at that way the graphics hide the branding. Amazing. There you go. Brilliant. So there you go. That just goes to show how profitable a strand of pearls can be if you are creating ring designs. Oh, thanks for that, Judith, as well. That's great. So we're just talking about sharing hints and tips via the social networking site. And also, if you do look on my Facebook site as well, you'll be able to see lots of hilarious photos of me as well. If you see the 1 second in, the little photo, can you see me as a youngster there with my... That's it.
Oh,
I'm the one in the middle.
Oh.
And I'll tell you what, how much do I look like my son Freddie in there?
Oh.
Unbelievable. Yeah, that's my sister. So when you went over her, she'd been tagged in it and a picture of her in her wedding dress came up. So yeah, thanks Judy, that's great, isn't it? People sharing designs on my Facebook site. If you want to go there, go to Ed Presenter with a lowercase p, give me a like, you'll be able to see all of the goings on our Facebook site. Tend to give you lots of heads up about what's coming up on the show. And the other thing is that when we reach 2,000 likes on the Facebook site, I'm going to give one person the opportunity to come down to the studios for a special experience day, which Christina won when we aimed for 1,000 likes. Christina came down. By the way, Dan, she wants her DVD of the day. Nice that I've been able to catch up with you.
I've been meaning to talk to you about that, actually.
Yeah?
I need to put info.
Oh, there you go. Put finishing touches to it. So, Christina, you'll get your DVD soon. And as I say, when we reach 2,000 likes, we'll run the prize draw again. So somebody else will get the chance to come down. Say again, sorry? We're getting lots of new customers this evening. That's exciting. I like it. And you know why? Because Sarah's here with all her inspiration. That's what it is. And we're about to do a Q2 deal. It's a little bit late. That's just because we've been having lots of interaction with our gorgeous customers. Here we go. We've got multicoloured topaz here. Generally, I would call this sort of like lemon topaz, something like that, because you've got a gorgeous sort of yellow hue that runs through the entire strand, but some of the gemstones have a richer saturation of that colour tone. Others are offering you a bit more clarity. That's the way I'm seeing this strand. I'll hold it out like this. Now, these are the polished rondelles. Perfect for charm designs, in my opinion. Maybe I've just been conditioned by the high street charm shops to think of that shape.
Yeah, I think that is sort of what we sort of associate with that sort of rondelle shape with. But I think these are so useful for neckline pieces, for pendants. You know, we showed the pendant earlier with the tanzanite. That's a little rondelle shape in there. So, you know, you can, you know, put those in really easily into lots and lots of designs. And you don't have to row them up. You can use them separately. You can use lots of spacer beads if you want to. But they're so useful, and they make beautiful little bars in wirework bracelets.
Yeah, I was going to say, now that you say that actually, because it's still quite an innovative use of the ribbon cord ends by Deb Rudge last Monday, where she created that ring, the wirework ring, where the ribbon cord ends formed the sort of traditional shoulders of the ring design, and then she just been able to just put a beading thread with a little selection of rondelles in there. She'd used amethyst, but you could recreate it just as easy in topaz, couldn't you?
And you know, she only used 5, I think, or 7 rondelles.
But they were smaller, so you could probably get away with using 4 or 5 of these.
Yes, yeah, definitely. And you
great
know,
ideas.
Just they stretch so far. I love rondelles.
And this is another gemstone heavily used by the high street jewellers, so your customers are probably going to be aware of topaz, probably going to be eager to get it into their collection. This is our Q2 deal, so we're going to do something very special with the price point. Wow, 100 carats of topaz is already down at $14.95. Doesn't sound right. We're taking it even lower. Oh, when she said under £10, I was thinking I'm ready now. $9.95 for topaz. No, $8.95. She's always got to outdo me. 100 carats of topaz, polished rondelles here. Again, you know what? Now that I see that from a little bit of distance, you've got that champagne feel again, haven't you? You've got that little champagne fizz coming from the centre of the gemstone. I love the sort of irregularity of the inclusions. I suppose that's why people do love genuine gemstones, because of that organic nature, because they offer you something special, something a little bit different. Gorgeous topaz here, 100 carats, ranging in size from 5x2 to 12x7, and they have been lowered in price from $14.95 down to $8.95. So if you want to take advantage again of that clearance price, you need to be dialing in the next 60 minutes. Alternatively, if you have placed this in your basket at jewellerymaker.com, please check out to avoid disappointment. I should say we have created a bit of a queue by going so low on topaz. It's a free phone number, so don't panic too much. It's around about 45 seconds, I hear, the queue, so less than a minute. And a member of our award-winning help team will be with you so that you can add a strand of topaz to your order. Don't panic, we have got enough to go round. Although there are a lot of people coming through on the website. Stay there, and a member of our help team will be with you shortly. Now I'm going to bring you a gorgeous gemstone, very traditional accent stone, and rather large and organic cuts of black spinel. Often mistaken for black diamonds throughout the eras. Over 100 carats here, of course, another essential item to have in your gemstone stash, because you've got to have your jet blacks. It goes with anything.
Yeah, so you've got to have that neutral colour tone. They're lovely. I love those.
It's interesting because they're really organic, but they're also very elegant.
Yeah, they have a real organic nature with them, and I'm looking at those, the red beads that I've just had in this challenge, and I'm thinking they just really pop with it.
Oh yeah, they're sort of like lipstick or cherry red, aren't they?
And it just changes the look of a gemstone depending on what almost like base palette you put it with, and I think that those black spinel would be a great base palette for lots and lots of gemstones, for those champagne coloured gemstones we just had.
The topaz. I was actually thinking that when I picked them up, because I was thinking the gold and blacks go really well. They're really popular, aren't they?
They are, and you know, the peridot that's coming up later as well is going to look amazing.
I
with
love
the black.
peridot and black gemstones.
Isn't it? Just pops, doesn't it? Because it's almost like that.
Absolutely.
That
That's it
neon
for me.
coming through, and it just makes it pop even more.
That's a winner. Because as well, you've got the sort of juxtaposition between the heavily faceted droplets of peridot and those organic tumbled feel that you get from the spinel. This is in fact, have we got a length on that? Is it like a 40 centimetre strand or something? I'll get it out. Oh, it does say 38 centimetres, my apologies. That's going to be a minimum though, because this is 41 centimetres. So there you go, 38 centimetres as a minimum. We like to be conservative. Whoa! Whoa, sorry. More luster than a diamond from a black spinel. And we've just taken over 100 carats of this gemstone down to $6.95. Wow. Spinel, traditionally known as the master of disguise for that very reason, because it's often mistaken for other gemstones. Of course, red spinel famously being mistaken for rubies, and black spinel famously mistaken for black diamonds. Not just by the miners, but also actually being set into imperial collections as a black diamond, only to later discover that it is spinel. But it's almost as though the gemstone itself has developed this air of prestige through misclassification, but doesn't matter how you get there, as long as you get there. Gorgeous spinel, over 100 carats here for $6.95. Absolutely ridiculous to get that number of gemstones for that price point. We're going to move on, and we're now going to bring you very dramatic gemstone. That's the way I always see it. I always think of this as almost being caught in a snow blizzard. What you've actually got here is effectively fossilized ash. It's caught within the lava when the obsidian is actually a lot like opal. It's fast cooling lava, and what happens is the ash that's obviously being, well, spat out by the volcano. Volcano? Try it in English, Ed. Volcano. So the ash is being spread out. It's all sort of raining ash when you get a volcanic eruption. And that settles into the lava. When the lava cools very quickly, usually because of silica or water, then it cools instantly, starts that cooling process, and the ash is actually fossilized inside the crystal formation of the obsidian. So that's how you get snowflake obsidian.
Yeah.
And producer Dion, she's very knowledgeable about her gemstones, but she wasn't aware of that, so she just said you learn something every day. You always learn something at Jewellery Maker as well. Every day's a school day, particularly if you work or shop from Jewellery Maker. Over 250 carats here. These are quite sizable. They are 30 by 15 mil rectangles, but with a little twist. Literally a little twist. So the Labradorite has created this effect. So it's going to provide you with a little bit of texture to your designs. They're going to sit in a unique way, almost proud within the design. And it's available right now for $9.95. Or is it? We're about to hand you back the equivalent of your P&P. So if you do want to add snowflake obsidian to your order this evening, now's the time to do it. A clearance price of $6.95 for over 250 carats of snowflake obsidian with a twist, which will, I believe, enhance the looks that you can create as a jewellery maker. I'm going to leave that one with you at $6.95, and we're going to move on. Don't forget that price reduction only available for 60 minutes or more likely while stocks last. I'll leave it there because it is now time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star Buy. We do tend to have one of these every 30 minutes, although it does feel like we've had one every like 10 minutes tonight. And this is a little bit of a challenge that we set Sarah at the start of this hour. I confused her by thinking we were doing the S-long chord. We're going to give you that in the next hour. We've actually bundled together a triple pack of quartz and quartzite. And so this is an opportunity for us to offer you your plain rounds. We get lots of requests for people saying that they want plain rounds, they want vivid colour tones. Well, here it comes. We've got your 2mm seed beads of Smokey Quartz. So these are this rich chocolate brown tone. The national gemstone of Scotland, Smokey Quartz. And 2mm rounds over the last 18 months or so have become very, very popular, mainly because of their versatility. They tend to fit into some of the more popular disciplines that we've launched over the last couple of years, such as soutache. They frame the cabochons, very important for wire work for a similar reason, because you tend to have a focal gemstone, but of course they work perfectly on your bead loom.
They do.
Perfect on for those kind of looks, but also, well, a lot of the braiding techniques as well. So your micro macrame, your kumihime, you can use the seed beads in there, as well as your classic beady beads, one of the techniques that you'll learn from your Getting Started DVD and booklet.
Yes, we do.
On top of that, we've also put together these 2 strands of 10mm plain rounds, a real essential cut for most jewellery makers. You've got these icy whites from your white quartz, giving you 270 carats, and then have a look at these. These are sort of a coral red, I would describe it as. Oh, actually, pomegranate tone would be more appropriate because it's pomegranate quartzite. 10mm rounds. Just stop trying to be clever, Ed, and read what's written. 10mm rounds giving you 250 carats again. So you've got over 500 carats of gemstones here. Not necessarily colour tones you have to use together, although I'm looking over at Sarah's designs and I'm thinking they work rather beautifully. We are going to go over and have a look at those designs in 1 second, but first of all, let me offer you our start buy price for this particular 3-strand pack. I was sure it was going to be $9.95. How did I miss this one? Has it always been $6.95, or are you being naughty? Dion just said, I'm just doing what I do. And giving everybody the best value on the market for genuine gemstones, making genuine gemstones as accessible as possible this evening by giving you over 500 carats for just $6.95. These are very popular gemstones, very popular cuts, and well, even I'm shocked at the value, and I know how we operate. I know that we cut out the middlemen so that we can give you the best deals on the market, and I'm still shocked. Unbelievable. Wait till you see Sarah's designs. Do you love this?
I just loved it. Really easy to work with, just beautiful. And you could, you know, do so much if you have a little bit more time with the seed beads.
That's really
because
beautiful.
I've just done just quite a simple design, but I just love the red and the white together. I just think they're amazing together.
It can be seen as quite sort of patriotic as well, I suppose.
And very summery. Very summer colours, you know. I can see this with, you know, just a plain white linen shirt and a pair of white linen trousers. You're popping it on, and that makes your outfit completely unique, you know, and different, and it just sets you apart from everybody else.
Unbelievable. And then you've created more of a sort of evening piece here, but more elegant.
Just a little, you know, a little bit more sort of sophisticated, a little bit more delicate with the seed beads running around. So it just means that, you know, you can use lots of seed beads and create sort of a little bit of an impact look.
Well, unbelievable value, especially when you think that, for me, that is a very sort of opulent, elegant piece of jewellery. You can expect to achieve quite a high price point.
Yeah, I mean, if I'd have had more time, I probably would have taken the seed beads around the actual outside of the red feature and do like a little crossover design.
Oh, okay. So then it could be a matching set, or it could be two distinctive looks.
Yeah.
And you think the browns would go in with the reds and whites as well?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I mean, as you say, brown is the new neutral, so you know, it works with everything. So it's a really easy strand to use.
Was it Laura Bynum was saying, you know, brown for during the day and black for at night?
Yeah, definitely.
That's a common makeup technique, is it, for women? I don't know. I don't wear any.
It's almost like, you know,
a Saturday.
If you don't, you know, it's like wearing tights. You know, you go for the nearly black or you go for black. You know, and if you just want a little bit more sort of a subtle effect, you go for the nearly black.
So it's just a way of toning it down.
Yeah, definitely. It's just instead of having a harsh black backdrop, you have a softer palette with the browns.
Well, there you go. Very versatile and, I suppose, essential 3-strand pack there, because you've got your summer colour tones, you've got your plain rounds, and You've got a ridiculous price point.
I can't believe that
$6.95 for 3 strands of gemstones. I was saying earlier how excited people were getting a few years ago, and we brought 3 strand packs for £10.
And pure white gemstones as well, which you've got there. Are so hard to
come
find
by.
that in
Absolutely.
the opaque. I've been looking at taking that red strand and snaffling it away for Christmas. Be ready for my Christmas designs, and be using the white for the summer design.
Sarah, I'm so glad you're here tonight, because all last week I was getting in trouble for using the C word.
Oh wow.
And Christmas. Will we get any complaints? And now that you're here, you're pretty much backing me up here, because you're saying you've got to work a season ahead.
You have. I mean, I've already started working beyond Christmas.
Oh really?
So I'm already on to.
There you go. So if you're sitting there thinking we're nowhere near Christmas, you're behind. You're falling behind. Get on the phone lines.
Yeah, you're always working at least 2 seasons ahead. So autumn should be done by now, and you should be working on the Christmas season. If you're looking for inspiration for your colour tones and things, just have a look online. You get all of that.
But for Christmas,
yeah,
I'll help you out. Red, green, and gold.
Yeah, definitely. But you know, for the colours that are coming through in fashion,
makers are obviously much more in tune with current trends. I was just messing around, and all of a sudden it looks like the call centre are catching up with us, so people are coming through on the phone lines now. If you do enter a short queue, as I say, don't panic. It is a free phone number. And we are going to leave that to one side, so thank you once again for your inspiration. We're going to leave you now to have a play with the S-long cord, aren't we?
I know,
and you've got the Superstar Binder, the
Peridot. 2 to do in this next hour, so you know, no pressure.
That's it. She drives a hard bargain, Dion.
She does.
I'll tell you what, if you want to come down here and maybe learn some new techniques, and I don't know, Dion might draft you in to do some work, but we're going to show you now how you can get involved with one of our workshops. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with the final hour of the Late Show, so don't go away.
Come and join guest designer Laura Binding on our intermediate wirework course. The aim of the course is to enhance your wirework skills and take your designs to the next level. You will learn more advanced weaving and binding techniques, which you can incorporate into your jewellery. The full course includes a selection of gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, a copy of the Wirework Tutorial DVD Edition 3, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just £79.95. To book your place, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we are happy to announce that our studio store is now open. If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the studio store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new studio store. The experience just got better.
Welcome back to the final hour of the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. In fact, the final live hour of the day. Don't panic, because at 9 PM we will be bringing you some designer inspiration, and we've got a little bit more designer inspiration in this hour as well. Sarah is now working with our S-long cord bundle, and she's even working with our Superstar Buy, which this evening is this premiere strand of Peridot, next month's birthstone. So if you do want to stock up on your birthstones, this is August birthstone, and a rather fantastic variety as well. Beautiful clarity, gorgeous vibrancy of colour saturation there, and it's coming up in a little over half an hour, so not long to go at all. Right now, it's time for an under £10, £10 and under, I should say, rather than under £10. Doesn't really matter, does it? So, but they could be £10 exactly. That's what I was thinking. Wow. These are sort of amethyst coloured pearls, aren't they?
They are, they're beautiful.
They're gorgeous, aren't they? Actually, I would set these with amethyst. We've already had a few different amethyst opportunities this evening. Gorgeous colour tone. Now these are side drilled, they're Baroque pearls, so possibly a few more irregularities in the shape on your Baroque pearls. Gorgeous finish on the surface. Do you know what I always think as well? Some of the Baroque pearls are almost like pearl cabochons. They've always got like a almost got like a flat bottom finish here and then a domed effect on the other side. So you could actually integrate these quite easily into wirework pieces, maybe rings, like we saw from Judith.
Definitely. They would be beautiful set into rings.
Or could you use them in soutache designs?
You could, because they're not particularly proud, so you'll be able to use them in soutache designs, you'll be able to use them in all sorts of different ways, in your wirework pieces, in your classic pearl designs, but you know, you could be able to just do so many different things. I can see these waterfalling with lots of silver chain. I just think they look amazing and they catch the light beautifully, but just so much you could do with them, and I would be mixing those with little rondelles of amethyst.
Absolutely gorgeous, have to agree with that. They're just screaming out to be set with amethyst, aren't they? Oh, but we only have 20 strands remaining in stock. Well, we had 20 strands. They are flying out the door. So we're going to have to bring you our price point for genuine cultured pearls. $6.95. Totally ridiculous. And as I say, don't come crying to me when the price point increases by the end of the year and you didn't take advantage of the bargains that we're offering you right now. I very rarely use that word on air, but this is a bargain. $6.95. They are flying out the door. Over half the stock's now been allocated, and at that price point it's fairly unsurprising because that's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company and we offer you the best value on the market, not just for genuine gemstones, but also for your component parts as well. We're going to move on though. We've got a lot to get through. One of which is beautiful iolite. And I'll tell you what, I like this strand. My director would have been disappointed if I didn't do it. Oldies are the goodies here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. Now, interestingly, iolite takes its name from the Greek derivation for the word violet flower. So it's got a very romantic name, but actually a very practical history attached to it, because this was originally used by Vikings who basically used to use the gemstone like a compass. They would take flat slabs of iolite, they hold them up to the sky when it was cloudy, and through the iolite they'd still be able to determine the polarization of the sun through the clouds and therefore know which direction to sail in. So that's quite useful really. But these days, much more prized for its aesthetic beauty than its practical uses. I don't know. 1 minute you're sailing through the high seas using your iolite, the next thing you've got GPS. Okay, now these are your triangular prisms. Again, perfect for your pendants or your matching earring designs. And iolite of this quality is always going to fall into our Gems of Distinction range. Currently available on our website for $10.95, but for the next 60 minutes, how about a clearance price? $7.95. Once again, handing you back the equivalent of your P&P, because you're posting packaging here at Jewellery Maker just once per day, no matter how many items you add to your order, and it's just £2.95. So if you do want to make the most of that deal, you can actually add this to your order for just $7.95. Of course, this had to be reduced in price because it was originally over £10. We just took it down to $7.95. But if you do want to take advantage of that deal, don't forget, price reductions available online or via our free phone number for just 60 minutes at a time here on The Late Show. So, as I say, even if you're caught in two minds, make that phone call right now and place these in your basket, or alternatively, you can get them added to your order by a member of our award-winning help team. $7.95 is the clearance price for that strand of iolite, and it's now time for a quarter past deal. halfway to a star buy. We couldn't bring ourselves to wait another 15 minutes. So instead, we're going to give you another impressive deal. Whoa! Now this is March's birthstone, and I think this is one of the samples of aquamarine that has maybe led to a lot of the guest designers telling me that aquamarine is now their favourite gemstone. I was on air with Mark, and he was saying that over the last few months, aquamarine has become his #1 gemstone because the quality of aquamarine here at Jewellery Maker has improved so much.
It has. It's just absolutely astounding quality. Love the quality of the aquamarine.
I think in the past we always were able to get good clarity, good faceting, but we didn't often see this kind of saturation of colour.
It's the colour that's really changed. It's not, it's, you know, the saturation, the depth of colour, the real difference of colour running through the strands as well. Sometimes you get the strands that are absolutely 100% unique in colour, and sometimes you get ones that are a little bit graduated, and that's lovely. I love that.
I agree. Is that just because it gives you more options of how you can use it? Or?
It just means that you can show your customers the sort of whole range of colours that the gemstone comes in, and I think that's quite nice for them to be able to see that it might have been sort of trained into thinking aquamarine is a very sort of pale, maybe quite a sort of almost clear blue.
Yes.
And when you see that you can get this sort of depth, it really, customers fall in love with it.
Absolutely. I mean, aquamarine, I suppose the most prized varieties are ranges like Santa Maria aquamarine, come from a specific location, and those do offer you almost a royal blue, you know, much more of these kind of colour tones that you can see here on the strand, rather than the icier blues that we're used to seeing. But yeah, you make a great point, because I suppose if people only see one colour tone, that's what they associate with the gemstone. And to show people that it does come in a range does help to make sales, because of course you're helping to improve your customers' knowledge base.
Definitely, and you know, customers are always amazed when you show them that different gemstones do come in different saturations and hues of different colours. They really sort of warm to the fact that maybe there's something different out there that they didn't think they could get before.
Sure.
That's amazing.
I suppose if anybody is thinking to themselves, well, why do you get this huge range of colours? Basically, beryl is a gemstone family, and there's a standard chemical composition for all samples of beryllium, but then you get the different ranges because of different elements that give them their colour tone. In aquamarine, it's actually iron that makes the beryllium go blue, and so when you see a richer saturation of colour, a greater depth of blue tones, it just means that you've got more of that element inside the gemstone. So you've got a greater amount of iron colouring the richer colour tones. Now it should be $14.95, and my producer just said I'm about to obliterate the price. That's great words to hear as a jewellery maker. Whoa, she wasn't messing around. She's just taking it down to $7.95. That's virtually a half price deal, isn't it? Unbelievable. Oh, give or take 50p, my apologies. You can let me off for that one, guys. 80 carats in total, March's birthstone, and I have to say, one of the most high quality samples of aquamarine we've ever been able to source here at Jewellery Maker. That is a Gems of Distinction strand of aquamarine. That absolutely epitomises what we're looking for with this gemstone aquamarine, and to take it down to $7.95, my producer wanted to know just how many people were watching tonight in the final hour. Well, quite a lot of people by the looks of the phone lines. In fact, somebody just came through on our free phone number and ordered 3 strands of this. That goes to show not only the popularity of the gemstone, but also the incredible value that producer Dion's just brought us. Should be $14.95. In fact, I think you'd be hard pushed to find 80 carats of faceted aquamarine elsewhere for $14.95. And to take it down to $7.95, there's a reason we can only offer you these kind of clearance deals for 60 minutes at a time. If you want us to go live tomorrow morning, we can't be doing that all night. Oh, Dion, unlucky. That's the problem with agreeing to do overtime. You've got to come in the next day and face the music, my girl. You can just, oh yeah, of course, the "it's a blue gemstone" excuse doesn't really work on the management, does it? They don't care what your preferences are. They'd rather you didn't devalue high-end gemstones. What What do you mean you'll blame it on Ed? Whatever, I'm not in till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That'll be dealt with by the time I get here. £7.95 is the clearance price. Nobody wants to take the blame for this particular price, and that's the only way it can be described. You've got to take some blame, I suppose. But do you know what? It's exciting. We've had lots of new buyers this evening. And Tom's just said my motto in my ear. It's always easier to beg for forgiveness than to ask for permission. Down to $7.95 for 80 carats of aquamarine. What do you mean you're gonna use it? You use it every day when I was the boss. She's trying it tonight. Right, we're moving on because it's time for another quarter past deal. We're oh, sorry. Yeah, but we're doing another one, aren't we? Yeah. Double deal of the jasper. Is that right? Look at these. We were talking earlier about sort of polished pebble shaped. That's exactly how I see these. They look like little mini pebbles, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Actually, do you know what? You know, some people have sort of ornamental items in their house, just like little vases filled with beads.
I know, I have...
I know it sounds silly to put 100 carats of a gemstone.
You know the sort of pillar candles?
Yes.
And they have little glass trays they sit
that's
on.
what actually what I was thinking.
And I just put... I have got ones with rose quartz and amethyst all around the bottom of it.
Beautiful, very
so these would work beautifully as well. Just
They'd
do
be
exactly the
perfect.
same thing.
So you could have your purple and pink tones in your living room, and then in your hallway you could have the earthy colours, the aubergines, the grass greens.
These also work really well if you want to put them around, if you're making wirework gemstone trees. You can put them around the bottom to be the sort of the ground the tree's growing from.
The gravel of which your tree of life is growing from.
Yep, definitely.
That's a great idea.
You know, you can set them into resin or to put those around the bottom.
Amazing. There you go. Great inspiration from Sarah as ever. And these little pebble-like jasper ovals are 11 by 8 mil in size. You get 100 carats on one strand, which means that as part of this double trouble deal, and this evening you've got 200 carats for $7.95. Once again, a huge carat weight. A great way to maximise on your 1p and p per day whilst also getting incredible value, because we're talking about £4 for 100 carats of jasper here. Of course, jasper, probably more of a traditional crafting gemstone, in fact, because it is a bit denser, it's more readily available. We've certainly been successful in sourcing jasper from day one, so I know that it's a gemstone that a lot of jewellery makers are going to be very comfortable with using in their designs.
And it's a very traditional gemstone as well. It goes back, so you know, hundreds and hundreds of years, so it's very traditional. And I just love the tones you get coming through all the gemstones. It's almost like a different version of mookaite, isn't it? Right. You get all the yellows and things coming through there. You get all the greens coming through in this one. I just love the fact that you get such a different variety.
Do you know how immature I am, Sarah? Do you know what I see when I was looking at it? I was thinking, do you know what it's like? Jelly beans.
Oh, it is a bit.
It's that one that was making me think it. Look at that.
Are you thinking about the chocolate flavoured ones?
No, I was just thinking about some. You know, you get the big tubs of them with all the colour tones. That's like the sort of huge array of colour tones you've got here on your jasper ovals. Now everybody's just saying flavours of jelly beans in my ears.
I know.
Oh, stop it! They're like watermelon, toasted marshmallow jelly beans. Stop! Okay, we're going to leave that one to one side. We're going to move on. Don't forget, coming up in less than half an hour, the premiere launch of Peridot August Bursto, faceted beautifully, and that is coming up, as I said, in about half an hour, so not long to wait at all. Going to move on though. Oh, look at this. Blue coated quartz. This was scheduled with Dion in mind, it looks like.
Definitely.
It's almost like a tanzanite blue, actually, the hue that you're getting.
It very much is. Yeah, definitely.
Gorgeous. 10mm rounds. We've just discussed the idea of working with your 10mm plain rounds because, of course, they tend to be the cut that people rely on when they first start out with jewellery making as a hobby, and so it's always easier for experienced jewellery makers as well to integrate the plain rounds into their designs.
Yeah, so there's such an easy gemstone to work with. You can create lots of weaved patterns. You can create, you know, the bubble weave, the wiggle weave with the smaller gemstone going around it. You can create your beady beads with it. You can create, you know, the donut shaped weaves. You can do so many different things with a round, and they're so easy to use.
Yeah.
You know, and if you're starting with your wire working as well, quite often a round is quite easy. You can make a pendant base out of some round gemstones and then wrap around it.
That's a good idea.
So if you're not ready to wrap a cabochon, for instance,
Yeah.
you can practice your wire wrapping skills round a base, but it gives you lots of anchor holes to be able to anchor everything
yeah.
with.
So then you can become more confident with the technique,
Yes,
and
yes.
then just develop that skill.
Yeah.
Now, that's a great idea. But actually, if you do look at the gemstone itself, even if you are just a classic beader, look at the amazing effect that you get. And this is all because of the finish that we've placed on the surface of the gemstone. This is a little rainbow style coating, which just enhances the finish of the gemstone. It's almost like we've just tried to take Mother Nature's work that one step further. And these 10mm rounds actually come from our Gems of Distinction range. When you see the clarity, absolutely phenomenal. That clarity is such a high-end look, and you've got those tanzanite blues. If you do want to get involved with this deal, I can tell you we've got a huge number of people coming through at jewellerymaker.com. It all becomes clear once I see the price. Just $6.95. Beautiful clarity, gorgeous colour hue, and then that gorgeous coating to enhance the overall look of the gemstone. 10mm rounds here, giving you over 100 carats, and available right now for just $6.95. I'm going to leave that on with you, and we're going to move on. And because it's a double star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Now, there's only one word to describe this next gemstone. It's a bit of a Lucyism. They're mahoosive. And these have actually been classified as multicoloured agates, but the last time I saw this, I reclassified it as apple agate. Because you've got the greens and you've got the reds here. Very fruity-like feel to it. Perfect for the summer months, I suppose, for that very reason. And of course, even though you've got those quite contemporary, fruity colour tones, you've got a very elegant finish because of the way the gemstones have been faceted. Huge number of facets on the surface of each and every gemstone, and you can see the benefit of that in this recording because it's almost like paparazzi flashes going off. When the light hits the surface of the gemstone, the reflection is being mirrored from one facet to the next, giving you that gorgeous refractive glow. Oh, well, let's face it, you've got loads of sparkle. That's what people are looking for. All these jewellery makers, they're all magpies. I know, I speak to them when they come to the workshops and on Facebook, and they are happy to admit that they want a bit of bling. They want a bit of sparkle. And here, a huge carat weight, because we're talking about, what, 1,200 carats of your 16mm agates. Now, we were just talking earlier about 10mm rounds, 12mm rounds, and how easy they are to work with, even if you've got dexterity problems, for example, or even if you are just a beginner and you're trying to get your head around some of these techniques. Always easier to work with a larger gemstone. But actually, even if you are a very competent and confident wire worker, for example, you need the larger gemstones because they give you more scope. You can create those flourishes of wire, or, well, whichever discipline it is that you work within. You've got a little bit more scope if you're working with a larger gemstone. You could almost cage one of these 16mm gemstones in wire. That'd look gorgeous.
You know, Laura did a design on one of her DVDs where she had the wire sort of coming round on four sides,
Right.
and almost like caged them
Yes.
round in. and she did 3, I think, on top of each other. It looked amazing. And just, you know, if you are a wire worker, they're brilliant. But if you're, you know, if you just want to make a really large statement bangle out of those, I think they would just look amazing.
Oh, totally agree, because it would be such a statement look.
Yes.
Not just because of the size of the gemstones, but all of those facets as well, because it's just going to sparkle.
Yep.
That's the other thing. We talk a lot about having faceted gemstones in earring designs, but of course rings and bracelets, because people do tend to gesticulate when they're talking.
You just get to
the
see
movement
them.
with your hand does give you the chance to see. Probably don't move in your hand like that, because you'd have to be a bit strange. New dance move. New dance move. Unless you're a bit of a performer. Jazz hands. It's one for Nichols. Lots of people doubling up on this deal, and it's probably because of the price point. 1,200 carats for £8. Absolutely out of this world. That is ridiculous. But I have to say, we've only got a limited availability on this particular bundle. We're already approaching single figures, in fact. So many people have still got it placed in their basket. So, as ever, my advice is to check out, because if everybody on the phone line and everybody on the who had placed it in the basket was to check out at the same time, somebody would actually miss out.
Yeah.
So, more interest than availability right now. Single figures available, £7.95 for over 1,200 carats of agate. Significant look, and of course you've got those colour variations as well, banding between the oranges to the reds and the pastel greens to the forest greens. Absolutely gorgeous. Okay, we're going to leave that one with you because it looks like it is going to be a sellout deal. And we're going to move on now to the Eslon bundle. Did all the cords go over to Sarah then?
I haven't really got very far, unfortunately.
Oh, great. Let me just grab them then. I walked straight off set just to annoy the director. There you go. Dan's handsome face will keep everybody amused while I go and get the Eslon. Okay, so we've got 5 different colour tones here. Quite interesting colour tones actually, because you've got your sort of neon apatite, you've got your charcoal, your amethyst, your lavender, or it's maybe silver tone. Lavender, in fact, it has been classified as lavender. And then you've got your cream. So there you go. Now you've actually got 70 metres of Eslon cord in all these reels. That's amazing.
You won't use all of it in one go at all.
So it's going to last you an awfully long time. 350 metres. Oh right, okay, my director just saying that he thought that all 5 reels got you to 70 metres, but 70 metres on each and every reel, 350 metres in total. Now the Eslon cord is 0.4 mil in diameter, so that gives you an idea of how it works, but it's so strong, isn't it? That's the key with the Eslon.
Incredibly strong.
Actually, I think, were you involved in the original launch of the Eslon cord?
I was involved with it when it launched on the birthday show, yes.
Right, that was it. I saw you on the birthday show talking about the Eslon cord before I left to get here.
Yes.
So that's the last thing I saw on the day before I came in. And yes, I have to say you were waxing lyrical about Eslon cord. What is the benefit to it? Is it just the strength?
It's the strength, it's the diameter of the cord, it's the fact that you can use multiple strands of it to do designs, and it creates a completely different look. So, you know, if you use multiple strands of Eslon as opposed to using just a satin cord, you'll complete a different look when it comes to your braiding techniques. So you just, if you're using it in Kumihimo, it looks different again. It allows you to create designs where you can maybe be using 48 strands.
Really?
On a Kumihimo design.
Wow.
I know. The worst bit is cutting them. It's
sounds
really easy
intimidating, but if you understand how the technique works, and that's not that.
Yeah, it's not that difficult once you understand the technique. You get to be able to create something different. You can use it for your micro macrame. I've used this for making sort of friendship style bracelets and all sorts of different techniques. And it's just really easy to use, and it's just so silky and so strong.
Half the stock's already been allocated, Sarah. I have to say this is one of the highest quantity bundles that we had available to us on the show tonight. We knew it was going to be a popular one. I'm not sure I thought it was going to be this popular. I have to say, we've got, whoa, once again, whenever the price comes in, it all becomes clear why I've got 40 people that have got this placed in their basket. We've got 42 left in stock. So if I were you, I'd start checking those baskets out, because we've also got a short queue on the phone line. So if you are trying to get involved with this particular deal and you hit a short queue, don't panic. It is a free phone number, but I can't guarantee success, of course, because the quantity is flying out the door so quickly. Congratulations to Alison, to Anne, to Michelle, to Abigail, everybody who's Audrey as well. You've got 2 of these, so those are all my multi-buyers coming through. I am now approaching limited availability. I started with over 100 of this bundle only a couple of minutes ago. But that goes to show how popular the S-Long cord is, particularly when we bundle it together to give you this kind of value. $7.95. Hugely popular here. As I say, please check out your baskets to avoid disappointment. $7.95. Have you ever had to invest in the S-Long cord from other suppliers there before we had it here? Did we launch it on the birthday show?
I don't know if it was launched. I think it might well have been launched on the birthday show.
I think it was.
Yeah.
When I remember seeing you and, was it Vicky or Lucy talking about it? Yeah.
And I have, and I've paid over £3 a reel. And that's without postage and packaging. And that stands at to this day, that price. It's not that it's suddenly gone down or anything like that. That's the price I paid.
Yeah.
And it's just, you know.
So that means that from another supplier, if you put this together, once you've got your P&P on there, I mean, they could potentially charge you a P&P per reel as well.
Yes.
And you could be charged well over £20 for this kind of item here. But here you've got 350 metres of S-Long cord. Dan, are you excited?
I'm always excited.
We just went global, get more excited.
Woo!
Regular buyer from Colorado.
Woohoo!
Bertha recognising the value that we're offering tonight. Sorry to everybody who lives in the UK. I don't know why we get so excited about it. It's just because we're a global company. We've been a global company for over a year now. We ship all over the world, but it's just exciting because it highlights the value that we're bringing you.
I have got a little bit of this bracelet done, if you want to see
A little
it.
bit of your bracelet. Should we just go to the
yeah.
overhead and see what Sarah's working on? That gives you an idea.
Yeah, so it's a sort of diagonal style bracelet.
I love that.
And it's quite a simple, it's a friendship style bracelet.
Yeah, but it's with a little bit of a difference because the way the plait's moving down the wrist line is just a little bit different to how you'd normally see it, I suppose.
And it's just different because you've got the 4 strands of S-Long in each bundle. You get a different effect. So if you want, should I hold that up to number 2?
There you go.
There we go.
They're fighting over your design. They've already decided you want it, they want it, and you've only got a little bit of it done. So there you go.
There you go.
At least you know your designs are popular.
There you go. So that's the chevron look. And you can see with all those extra strands, it just creates a little bit more of an open weave than if it was a satin thread, and a little bit more texture. But because the S-Longs are so shiny as well, you get that real luster and light coming from them. So I hope you don't
usually associate a sort of sophisticated finish with the cords, but with the S-Long cord, I'll tell you what, the other thing that identifies to me is that the colour tones are so complementary.
They are.
The apatite blues and the charcoal greys, the creams, the purples, they all work, don't they?
So hopefully, because I've got my peridot one finished, I'll try and get this one finished before the end of the show.
Amazing. So yes, we'll try and have a look at your bracelet design at the end of the show. But as you can see, just a handful of this particular bundle remaining in stock. If you do want to take one of the last few, I suggest you dial that free phone number very, very quickly, and if you have placed it in your basket, I'd check out to avoid disappointment as well. So the S-Long cord bundle, we knew it was going to be popular. I wasn't sure it was going to be that popular. Okay, let's move on. And we're now going to give you a chance to own beautiful citrine, more of these sort of champagne-like tones because of the inclusions that you've got within the golden gemstones here. Just almost like a little bit of fizz, if you like. Ooh. 380 carats in total, and once again, a a significant size, but in a plain round. 12mm plain round here, very easy to work with. And I suppose the interesting thing about citrine, a lot of people don't realise this, you do get some more subtle tones of citrine that do form naturally, but generally when we see citrine, it started life as an amethyst. And we actually create this golden tone through its heating process. So this might have started life as a very regal purple amethyst, and then through heating process it actually becomes this golden citrine tone. So it's quite an interesting gemstone from that point of view. 380 carats in total. 12mm plain sizes. Oh, I can't believe the carat weight. Once again, do you know what? If you wanted to recreate sort of Judith's design, her ring design that she did with the pearl, but with the citrine, I think this would have the same kind of effect. These are almost like actually, do you know what they look like? Because of the sort of characteristic inclusions, they almost look like little crystal balls, don't they?
They do a bit.
You know, you see a crystal ball in like a healing or a face shop or whatever, because of the inclusions, it's that kind of effect that you've got there. Gorgeous golden tone. If you do want to get involved, I'll have you know that I spend a lot of my days off going around these kind of stores to get inspiration. Thomas, you were saying, when did you last go to your crystal healing store? Just last week. And I'll tell you, the kind of price points you can pay in these stores, and I understand they're independent shops, so they have a completely different buying process to that we have here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. We're one of the biggest coloured gemstone buyers in the world. But I have to say, for uncut pieces of rough gemstone, you can be paying £5 or £6 just for a small piece. Here you've got 380 carats of citrine, perfectly polished into 12mm rounds, for £7.95. Another added to your order price. Another gemstone that I think a lot of your customers will be aware of. It's got a rich heritage attached to it. It's got those strong associations with commonly used gemstones like your amethyst. And to add it to your collection for just £7.95, quite spectacular really. That's what we're all about here at Jewellery Maker, giving you the best value on the market. Don't forget, coming up in probably less than 10 minutes now, the Superstar Buy premiere launch of August's birthstone. Beautiful peridot. And we've even got a little bit of inspiration because Sarah's created a design as well. So, Superstar Buy coming up in about 8 or 9 minutes, I suppose. Let's try and fit in as many deals as we can up until that point though. And once again, something that we've already touched on this evening, and that's the use of the traditional shapes within your jewellery designs, hearts being one of the most popular in fact. These are hand carved hearts, they're 14mm in dimensions. Huge variation of colour tones here, they range from sort of golden tones. Then you've got these sort of paler apricot tones, as well as those rich tangerine hues as well. But I've just noticed on here that you've got quite unique banding on each gemstone as well. So something a little bit different. That is key for a lot of jewellery makers because it allows you to create unique looks, bespoke jewellery designs, and a lot of the time when people are investing in handmade jewellery designs, they want to know it's a one-of-a-kind. Do you find that with your clients, Sarah?
They do. They like the fact that gemstones have this natural quality, but they also want that individual, personal piece.
And they're the only one that owns it.
And that's great when you get gemstones that've got so much character as these ones have got, that you can bring that to your jewellery. And they, to me, they're just like the embers of a fire. I just love
it's a
that
great way
quality.
of describing them.
And they're so warm, but they work beautifully with things like Smokey Quartz. They work beautifully with all the natural tones. They work wonderfully with Mookite and all of those sorts of tones they work beautifully with. And those jaspers we had earlier, they would have looked amazing with the jaspers.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea. I always think greens and oranges look good together.
They do. They look amazing. They're very natural colour tones, because if you think of all the leaves changing colour in autumn, you get all of those greens and oranges
I always think of an orchard.
Yes.
I don't know why when I think of orange and greens. But yeah, that's very true actually, because then You get the transition as well,
Yeah.
don't you?
And so, you know, you can put it with all of those tones, you can put it with all of your brown tones as well. And I think this is really takes you through the seasons, because I think in winter I will put it with black. In autumn I put it with my Smokey Quartz. In summer it goes with my citrines and my lemon quartz. And, you know, it just takes you right through all the seasons.
Sarah, you can come back, have a word with Deb Rudge. She doesn't agree with my orange gemstone theory. I agree, it spans the theories. But of course, this is the interesting thing about working with genuine gemstones. They have a different association, they evoke different emotions and imagery to each individual. So it's about how you want to integrate your carnelian puffy hearts into your designs. And we've just given you another price reduction. I'll tell you what, they won't ask you to do overtime again, Dee. Taking it down from $8.45 down to $6.45. She said, oh no, you've seen through my plan. Kaylee's getting involved again, maximising on her 1 P&P per day, and why not? She's got a lot to celebrate.
She has.
Thank you for sharing your news with us here on The Late Show as well. That's exciting for us. An engagement and a new jewellery maker joining the ranks in the next 9 months. I like it. And lots of people getting involved with this particular deal. I tend to think it's because it's going to end in some profitable pieces, given that you've got those characteristic heart shapes and you've got that huge range of colour tones. Congratulations to everybody multi-buying that strand. Don't forget, as ever, price reduction only available for 60 minutes, and it's now time to bring you my Q2 deal. Okay, and this is one, I suppose, for the collectors out there. Lots of people tend to use our Gems of Distinction range to develop their own gemstone collection. So this, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to say this is the highest quality strand of Heliodor I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker.
Wow.
Would you agree with that? I don't know if I'm overstepping the mark. I haven't seen this kind of colour saturation very often on Heliodor, and also whenever we do tend to have that member of the Beryl family, tends to be more of the sort of rough, irregular cuts, I find.
Yeah, these are beautiful. I think these would just mean that you can use such a high quality, prestigious gemstone very easily, because you've got that sort of faceted rondelle going there, and it's really easy to use. And I'm just thinking, I'm even looking, thinking I've got spacer beads in there already. So I've almost got my design created for me, because they put the spacer beads
They've
in
given
there.
you the little base metal spacers,
So
I'm thinking about the black spinels there. Would it work with that?
They would work amazing with the black spinel. But the peridot that's coming as well. Those
Lemon
two
and lime.
together. Yeah, why not?
Lovely.
Isn't
No, I
that sort
love
of
it.
spring, zesty, lively, fresh?
That's spectacular. And, you know, as I say, I'm surprised at the quality of this Heliodor, only because I don't usually see this colour saturation, don't usually see the uniformity of the faceting as well. So together, the way they're faceted.
And just a really, if you're just starting making jewellery and you want to invest in a high quality gemstone, but it's going to be an easy shape to use, this is perfect.
There you go then. Everything you wanted to hear about one gemstone strand in one concise little snippet there from Sarah. The shape's easy to use. It's faceted to perfection. Probably the greatest colour saturation I've ever seen in a strand of Heliodor here. And it comes from our Gems of Distinction range, our elite range of gemstones. But not a Gems of Distinction price. $11.95 this evening for 70 carats. What? It's a Q2 deal within an under £10 section, so I should have known, really.
Oh, I thought that had finished. That
Clues in the titles, I know, but the deals just come so thick and fast, I didn't realise. I don't...
Oh my goodness.
Okay,
yeah.
hold on. Just get a lovely shot of that Heliodor. I just don't want to be associated with that. That's just ridiculous. I'll stand over here with you, Sarah. Oh, yeah, I like the way you're finishing your bracelet. That's beautiful.
Yeah, just trying to get it
See
finished.
what this idiot's doing over here. Sorry, I shouldn't use that word. That's not a very nice word. She's just brave. Brave or stupid. I'll say, no, we're not both brave. I didn't know anything about it. She said, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me.
Ooh.
There's a Paula on the phone. Do you think the channel manager got confused and thought, oh, there's a cost price on a gemstone, I'll buy that. It's pretty low. I've certainly never seen Heliodor of this quality here at Jewellery Maker, and to get it for $6.95. I'm just wondering whether it'd be beneficial for you to dial up the call centre and give my details for me. What do you think about helping me out a little bit? Yeah, well, of course I do. $6.95 for that Heliodor. Yes, I do. Oh, she says no. She says we're already approaching limited availability, and she wants every jewellery maker out there to take advantage of the clearance prices, not me.
That's not very fair.
Yeah, she's horrible to me. Well, I don't suppose I'm going to get much support because she's being nice to every other jewellery maker in the world, because she's just taken Heliodor to $6.95. I'll let you off then, Dee, since you're helping us all out. $6.95 for 70 carats of Heliodor. It is flying out the door, but at that price point, I'm sure nobody is surprised about that. What's that, sorry? Okay. All right. All right. All right. She's saying the price reduction's only available for 60 minutes. She doesn't think that we're going to get in any trouble. I'm not confident. Okay, I'm going to leave that to one side. That's an incredible deal. For me, that is the deal of the night. Until now, because it's Superstar Buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for our Superstar Buy. Now, every single night on the Late Show, we tend to close the show with our most exclusive and elusive deal of the night. And this evening, that is the premiere launch of next month's birthstone. Now, whenever you speak to our expert designers, or in fact any of the jewellery makers involved with our community who do sell their designs, they will tell you you are far more likely to sell your jewellery if you're working with somebody's birthstone. I think when you're selling your designs, often your customer base won't have the same depth of knowledge that you do about gemstones, but even people who aren't really enthusiastic or passionate about gemstone or gemstone jewellery tend to be aware of their birthstone. And I always describe August birthstone, peridot, as the most appropriate of all the birthstones, because when I think of August, that's a summer month here in the UK, if you are watching from across the pond or anywhere else in around the world. In the UK, we only get about 2 weeks of sun a year, and it tends to fall in August. So those are the months where we get to cut our grass or have a mojito with some limes in it or what have you. Yes, you get your one barbecue a year during August, shall we say. Actually, we've been quite lucky so far this year, so I shouldn't jinx us.
Bad, no.
But I think traditionally when we think of the month of August, you think of those summer vibes, certainly here in the UK, and peridot encompasses that for me because it is such a vibrant colour. Now, the reason you get this sort of intense vibrancy from peridot is that it's the only other gemstone, other than diamonds, that actually forms in the mantle of the Earth's crust. So very, very intense temperatures and pressures found at those depths. And of course, that is reflected within the colour tone that you see in peridot. Now, for the first 1 or 2 years that Jewellery Maker was trading, as I say, I was the manager of the channel, and I have to say, I think we were a little bit... Okay, I'm going to say it. We totally under-delivered in the first 2 years in terms of peridot. We couldn't get hold of it, our suppliers struggled to get hold of it. Of course, you get these slight lulls within the industry, and it's not because we don't want to get it, but of course we're always at Mother Nature's mercy, or as we're currently experiencing, there can be changes within the industry that affect our ability to source gemstones. I think that we struggled to get hold of peridot right at the start. I don't remember seeing a great deal of it. Nowadays, of course, thanks to our buying power, we're able to get hold of this beautiful gemstone, and I have to say, it sounds like in the end we just went straight to Gem TV's supplier, because the quality of peridot you've got here would not be out of place set into 9 karat gold. Absolutely not. The clarity, the colour saturation, the way it's been cut, and of course you're getting a hefty carat weight here. So even if you hold this gemstone up to the more traditional 4Cs that are employed by master jewellers, this is still ticking every box for me. Have a look at how well it works within the designs, and again, I would say Sarah's been quite sparing here with the amount of peridot she's put into the design. Works beautifully with golden tones.
It does, and you know, it would be a little bit neater at home, was just trying to get a design so you could see how beautiful it would work. But even though I've rushed it, I still love it. Still love it,
isn't it?
And it's just that absolute richness of the tone of the gemstone that is making that design. It's not the design that's doing it, it's the whole thing is about the gemstone.
The gemstone.
And the quality of these is amazing. The faceting on them, they're beautifully cut.
Yes.
And you know, don't be afraid of using these. They've got a beautiful size drill hole through them. I've got a 0.4 wire straight through them, no problems at all.
There you go.
So they've got a lovely size drill hole in them, which makes them really versatile for your wire work, for your beading. You can get them onto your standard beading thread, your monofilament, so you can put it on all of those mediums very easily.
There you go. So the opportunities are endless, really, and of course, once again, great advice to all the jewellery makers out there, because if it was a consideration for you, well, can I get my 0.4 wire through it? Yes, you can. So there you go. And this evening we have just given you our exclusive launch price of $14.95. Now, once again, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range, our elite range of gemstones here at Jewellery Maker, sourced by our Indian buying office. And Judith has just texted in to say what a lovely design you've put together.
Judith.
So
thank you very much.
And Judith, you've also been inspiring us, so thank you for posting that to my Facebook page as well. Christina, Ed, I have ordered you one. Oh, the Heliodor. Oh, I guess it's... Oh, Christina, thank you. Don't worry about that. Don't worry. If there's any left, I'll get one. Oh, I feel bad. Thank you.
Sweet,
that is so sweet.
Do you know, the jewellery making community is so lovely.
Amazing, isn't it?
It is. It's just amazing.
Oh, I'm really taken aback by that. Last week I received a... Hold on a minute. Was it... Who bought those? Christina? Oh, okay. I was going to say... Judith was about to get in trouble because I received a lovely pair of cufflinks last week from a customer as well.
Oh.
That was from Judith. Your penny's in the post, Judith. Don't worry. She charged me a penny so that she made her first sale.
Oh,
there's something else in it for her. So there you go. These are quite incredible, really. We're talking about jewellery quality peridot here, and I know I'm going to get in trouble for using that phrase.
No, definitely. They are incredible, incredible quality, and that is why I've used them so sparingly, because to me, you can charge whatever you like for these. They are amazing quality. You know, to see peridot in the marketplace is really hard these days. You don't find it in jewellers. You don't find it very often at all. And if you can find it, you're paying.
Yeah. No, I totally agree, and actually I suppose, again, one of the reasons that the popularity of the gemstone itself increases, that it's started to be used by some of the top-end designers. I'm thinking about one designer specifically who uses very brightly coloured gemstones, but they use peridot garnet, amethyst citrine. Go to their website, they've got oodles and oodles of designs on their website using peridot. So yes, I'm sure you'll be able to find the kind of price points people are not only charging, but of course they're successful jewellery designers. So I bet they're achieving those very high 3-figure sums for peridot jewellery.
Yeah, that's just lovely.
And I have to say, if you are placing this in your basket, once again, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment, because we do have a short queue on the phone lines as well, and I'd hate for anybody to miss out. $14.95 is our exclusive launch price for our peridot this evening. And just while we bring the show to a close, can we just have a quick look at Sarah's bracelet design, because she has completed her Eslon bracelet.
I did. It was very quick.
And over 100 people allocated the Eslon bundle to their order, so a little bit of inspiration there. That's fantastic.
It was a very quick one, but there you go. I got it done in the end.
Do you know what? I have to say a massive thanks to Sarah tonight, because we have given you a lot to deal with, a different challenge every hour. So well done to Sarah. Well done. You have you've worked across a number of different mediums and you've inspired us throughout, so thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. I actually love doing the evening shows, because you never quite know what you're going to get until you walk through the door in the evening.
So it's quite a unique sort of designer brief, really.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's great fun. I don't ever know what I'm going to get, so I absolutely love the challenge. And if you're struggling with your inspiration, do this to yourself. Give yourself something to work with and make yourself make something from it in a time frame. And you'll make some beautiful designs.
I often hear that you learn more about yourself as a crafter and as a jewellery maker if you do take yourself out of your comfort zone, you try something you've never tried before. It's all about experimentation, isn't it?
It is, it definitely is.
There you go, Christina. It's my pleasure to treat me.
Oh, how sweet is that? What a lovely lady.
Competing for my affections. Just like they are at home. I've got two daddy's boys now. I've got a dog and a small boy just following me around the house. So I'm just about to go and see them. Once again, thanks to Sarah.
You're welcome.
Thanks to Dan. You've been great tonight. I think you've been doing the work of two people, haven't you? Been on floor as well, so well done. Tom's been on the wheels of steel directing the show, and of course, as ever, the products and the prices, all thanks to producer, who this evening was Dion, who has gone above and beyond. So stay tuned right now for a bit of designer inspiration with Jill and Sammy. Thank you and good night.
Here at Jewellery Maker, we have a commitment to providing genuine gemstones. We do that by up to 3 lab tests, and we have our own in-house gemologists. That therefore means that when we say genuine gemstones, that's exactly what you're getting.
Are you new to jewellery making? Then tune in to our Designer Inspiration Show every day between 1 and 5 for our new 2 sections. We'll help you get started and give you all the knowledge and inspiration you need. Also, we'll be introducing you to a new medium every day. Whether you're a beginner or intermediate, we've got everything you need to get you started with a new hobby. The Designer Inspiration Show, only on Jewellery Maker.
your burden down to my soil. Now we'll make yellow flowers for you.
Did you know you can purchase incredible jewellery featuring genuine gemstones on our sister channel Gems? Come along and see what treasures you can find.
Good afternoon! How are you, everybody? I hope well. We've got a cracking show this afternoon. Talking about cracking, can we have a moment for the storms yesterday? Was that my furious anger? What, penetrating through the skies of the UK? No, but I was at a wedding I organised yesterday, darling. This is my event company and the most amazing entertainment. It's fabulous. Shameless plug. But it was the first time I've ever been in a marquee. Jill, have you ever been in a marquee when it's thunder and lightning and literally gushing with rain?
Only at Girl Guide Camp many moons ago.
A Girl Guide Camp. That would have been fun. I love that. So basically, this is Jill, everybody. Hello, Jill! Jill, I'm going to interrogate you.
That's fine.
Now, it's the first time I've worked with Jill, and I've heard a lot about Jill, and I'm very excited. Her jewellery set is so beautiful. So beautiful. One particular piece is literally, I think you could wear it as a necklace, and maybe when you wouldn't ever be bored of wearing it as a necklace, but when you're not wearing it as a necklace, you could seriously put it, I would have it in a box frame in my house. It is stunning. So, let's have a little... let's have a little gander at some of the pieces we're going to be inspired by today. Just to warn you as well, this incredibly inspiring kit has also got tanzanite in the kit. Now, if you have a look on our website, you will see the lowest price. Oh, Danny, we had this conversation. What was the lowest price? Was it 26 on... We're just going to double check the lowest price of tanzanite that we have on our website. We're going to beat the pants off our own website and do a whole complete kit around it. So just a little insight of what's coming up in today's show, but also later on, oh my word, a kit, a full kit with 2 reels of wire for free, the most amazing cords with the needle already attached for free, and more pearls than you could shake a stick at. Is that what it is? Do you know what I've heard over the last few days? Some really random little sayings. Can you text? Should we have a little random sayings? So you could swing, not enough space to swing a cat. Would you seriously ever do that? So I want you to text in and web comment in funny random